Chapter 14-15. Does that mean the Zheng clan is looking for death? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression had not changed since the beginning. Even when he found out that the person who wanted to kill him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he was still calm. Zheng Lin's heart sank when he saw that. For a moment, he even thought that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. That was why Duan Lingtian dared to do that. However, he quickly denied that thought. According to Zheng Jian, there was no one following Duan Lingtian since he left the city governor's estate. Moreover, they had been observing him for a few days before they made a move. They only decided to make a move after confirming that there was no one secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. After all, if news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City spread out, it would bring disaster to the Zheng clan of New South Town. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy a 9th-rated force like the Zheng clan. Unless there's a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse hiding in the air to protect him. That's why we won't notice him. However, that's impossible. Zheng Lin was relieved when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, even in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was impossible for the city governor of Mound Hill City to send a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to protect him secretly. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. No matter how calm you pretend to be today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Zheng Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your fate has been sealed. You'll definitely die. This won't change, even if you become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Zheng Jian's eyes were filled with jealousy when he reached the end of his sentence. He was jealous that Duan Lingtian could become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, not only did he fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, but he was also expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian dead. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart and balance his mind. So what if he's the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Aren't you still going to die in the hands of my New South Town Zheng family? Zheng Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight disdain. Despise me? Seeing Zheng Jian's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Zheng Jian, you're just a loser. How dare you look at me like that? Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already pounced toward Zheng Jian before Zheng Chang could even react. Zheng Jian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would attack him, and his face immediately changed. You are courting death. Zheng Chang shouted coldly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zheng Jian, Zheng Chang would be able to make it in time. He would definitely be able to stop Duan Lingtian in time. Due to this, Zheng Lin, a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not plan to make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from afar. Is he really only an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? His speed is not inferior to most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. However, he's still too inexperienced to kill someone in front of Zheng Chang. Zheng Lin sneered in his heart as he watched coldly from the sidelines. When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zheng Jian, Zheng Chang had indeed made it. He cut the queue and landed between Duan Lingtian and Zheng Jian, blocking the Duan Lingtian. Uncle Chang, kill him! Zheng Jian, who was drenched in cold sweat, roared hysterically. Idiot! Seeing Zheng Chang appearing in front of Zheng Jian, Duan Lingtian smirked. It was a smirk of a scheme succeeding. Zheng Chang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smirk. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Just when he was about to suppress the ominous feeling, he noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of him, had taken out an old bow with a raise of his hand. Sound of death, accompanied by a loud and unpleasant clang. A solidified true energy light blade that seemed to have transformed into a death god's scythe swept across the sky and cut off Zheng Chang's head. Zheng Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the other half of his body. His consciousness gradually faded. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to make a move. However, all of this was not over yet. After the true energy light blade that was like a death god's scythe cut off Zheng Chang's head, it continued to sweep across the sky and cut off Zheng Jian's head as well, causing him to follow in Zheng Chang's footsteps. In just one move, 2 people were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Zheng Lin did not even have time to react. In Zheng Lin's field of vision, Zheng Chang had just appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, when his head was severed from his body in just a blink of an eye. Zheng Jian's fate was the same as his. At this moment, he also realized that Duan Lingtian had been concealing his strength earlier. He had purposely unleashed his speed to make him lower his guard. "You're seeking death, brat," Zheng Lin shouted when he regained his senses. His robe fluttered, and his long hair fluttered like pythons even though there was no wind. At the same time, a powerful aura exuded from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "You've just broken through not too long ago, and your foundation is still unstable at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just nice for me to practice." In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him like a madman, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his qi to cover his entire body as he cast the silver shirt. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have put on a silver shirt as his aura changed. In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him menacingly with a punch, Duan Lingtian did not plan to take advantage of him. Just in time, Duan Lingtian charged forward excitedly and threw out a punch. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball that was surrounded by true energy as it collided with Zheng Lin's fist violently. This punch contained all of Duan Lingtian's strength without any reservation. After casting the silver shirt, his physical strength had become even more terrifying. The true energy that was transported by the 52 saint veins had completely erupted at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before their fists collided, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air like thunder. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's fist finally collided with Zheng Lin's fist. "Do you think you can fight me just because you killed Zheng Chang? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The moment their fists collided, a disdainful smile appeared on Zheng Lin's face. However, the smile on Zheng Lin's face soon froze. As the 2 fists collided, a loud sound rang out in the air. A vast wave of air swept out, shaking the various furnishings in the room into powder. Even the doors and windows were blown open. "Brother Lingtian." Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Hongyu. Hongyu rushed over at the first moment. When he arrived, he saw Duan Lingtian confronting an old man. Compared to Duan Lingtian's pale face, the old man was in an even worse state as he spat out blood. "No. Impossible. Impossible." Zheng Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not use a saint weapon, and neither did his opponent. However, it was under such circumstances that his preemptive and aggressive punch was still blocked by the other party. Not only that, after he was severely injured, he realized his opponent was only slightly injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Lingtian not a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Was his ability not on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Why did he not only kill Zheng Chang, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but also suppress him? Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. He did not expect that he could defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage with his full strength. Although his opponent had clearly broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, a paramount mortal shedding stage was still a paramount mortal shedding stage. His ability was not something a peak perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. Don't be too smug. I didn't use a saint weapon earlier. Zheng Lin, who had recovered slightly from his injuries after consuming a healing pill, raised his hand and took out a full moon scimitar. As soon as the scimitar was in his hand, his entire aura changed. He exuded a sharp aura from head to toe. You didn't use a saint weapon? Don't tell me I'm going to use it? Duan Lingtian sneered and raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A person who was defeated by him without using a saint weapon. How could he defeat him with a saint weapon? Did he really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was useless? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand, Zheng Lin's expression was extremely grave. He recalled that his opponent had not used a saint weapon earlier as well. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Duan Lingtian, you're fine now. And 2 people from my New South Town's Zheng clan have died. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and mind our own business from now on? After realizing that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, Zheng Lin's expression changed abruptly as he gave in. Let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was bright and sarcastic. Do you think that's possible? If my ability was slightly weaker today, would you be willing to let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Bang! In the blink of an eye, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zheng Lin would stomp on the ground and use the force to fly out. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to him when he had not made a breakthrough in his previous technique. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Zheng Lin had already flown out of the window. His figure was about to disappear into the night. Trying to escape, Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot an arrow. He was prepared to cast his movement technique, body and arrow synchronization, to chase after Zheng Lin. He was confident he could catch up to Zheng Lin with his body and arrow synchronization after he had made a breakthrough. However, when an afterimage appeared in his left eye's field of vision and flew into the room, his attention was diverted. When the person revealed himself, Duan Lingtian finally saw that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 14:16. Who are you? Zheng Lin, who was being held in the middle-aged man's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not manage to run far before he was captured by this person, without any ability to fight back. This person's strength was far stronger than his. He was at least at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave him to you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he tossed Zheng Lin toward Duan Lingtian. Zheng Lin was freed from the restraints after being tossed out by the middle-aged man. He wanted to use the same trick to escape again. However, could he escape? Whoosh! As an unpleasant sound reverberated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zheng Lin's neck effortlessly, cutting his head off. The paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, was now dead without any chance of turning the tables. Zheng Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood along the way. He stood by the wall with his eyes wide open. There was only horror in his eyes. Gasp! Hongyu, who had rushed over, gasped when he saw this. At the same time, he also noticed the other 2 severed bodies. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Hongyu looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled at Hongyu. He then looked at the middle-aged man who was smiling at him. Thank you for your help, senior. May I know who you are? No wonder Lord City Governor values you so much. You're indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled. Why your teacher's man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked curiously, Senior, are you one of teacher's 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of the middle-aged man. This was because he felt like he was facing his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, they were both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked second among the 36 personal guards under the city lord. Heavenly Dipper guards. Duan Lingtian gasped. He didn't expect that he'd really guessed correctly. This person really was one of the 36 personal guards under his teacher's command, and he was the second-ranked Heavenly Strength Guard. Of the 36 Big Dipper stars, Big Dipper was ranked first, and Big Dipper was ranked second. I've already sent a message to the city lord about what happened here. No one from the Zheng family of New South Town can escape. The Heavenly Strength Guard said indifferently, as if he was talking about something unimportant. As far as he was concerned, annihilating the Zheng clan couldn't be any easier. He only needed to make a move, and he would be able to topple the entire Zheng clan, and make it so that the Zheng clan would never be able to rise again. To be able to force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to flee. I'm afraid even Lord City Governor doesn't know you have this ability, right? The Heavenly Strength Guard sized up Duan Lingtian with great interest. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, he had already heard about Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he did not think much of him, but he had no choice but to take him seriously in the end. A few days ago, when Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, the city lord had personally ordered him to protect Duan Lingtian secretly. At that moment, he finally realized how important Duan Lingtian was to the city city governor. From the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Strength Guard, who was hiding in the air to protect Duan Lingtian, had seen everything. Initially, he thought he would have to make a move. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill 2 people from the Zheng clan on his own, and force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from the Zheng clan to flee. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to catch up with Zheng Lin. The reason he made a move was because he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian face to face. This young genius who would take the initiative to join the Moon Illumination sect in half a year's time was even more dazzling than Su Qi's paramount mortal shedding stage. Upon hearing the Heavenly Strength Guard's words, Hong Yu, who was stunned by the Heavenly Strength Guard's identity, could not help but exclaim out loud. His gaze then landed on Zheng Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage? Hong Yu's heart was filled with shock. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, disbelief was written all over his face. He's just a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. His foundation is not stable yet. If it weren't for that, I might not be a match for him, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Naturally, Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guard saw his words as humble. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Strength Guard. I'm Hong Yu, the city guard's captain. At that moment, Hong Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed at the Heavenly Strength Guard. You're Hong Yu from the city guard? I've heard of you. You're really not bad. After secretly protecting Duan Lingtian for a few days, the Heavenly Strength Guard also knew that Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were close. Therefore, he was very polite to Hong Yu. He knew that Duan Lingtian was destined to leave Mound Hill City. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the Master City Governor. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's friend. Whoosh! As the Heavenly Strength Guard waved his hand, the 3 bodies on the ground were put away by him. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Hong Yu before he left. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were the only ones left in the room that was filled with blood, and the doors and windows were destroyed. Hong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was a rare genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Even a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage was no match for him. Big brother Hong, I'll have to trouble you to clean up here. Duan Lingtian glanced at the room and said a little awkwardly, It's all right. I'll bring you to another guest room first. As for this place, I'll get the servant to clean it up later. Hong Yu returned to his senses and shook his head. Subsequently, he helped Duan Lingtian to another guest room. His feelings were very complicated from the beginning until the end. What did Hong Yu do to deserve such a brother? At that moment, a ridiculous thought rose in his mind. Should I go to his family's ancestral grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it? Otherwise, how could he, Hong Yu, have such a great opportunity? What happened tonight was just a small episode to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Zheng family of New South Town intended to kill him. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they did not, it would mean that they would be annihilated. Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. This was the law of the world where the strong ruled. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest survived. Since he was a rat, he should stay in his rat's nest obediently. If he tried to pull the whiskers of a cat, he was destined to die. In the middle of the night, two figures appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. After leaving the city governor's mansion, they flew all the way. Half an hour later, they stood still in the sky above a vast town, New South Town. As the two figures descended from the sky, a huge mansion at the foot of the town stirred up a storm of blood. The Zheng family of New South Town was annihilated just like that. Before dawn, everyone in New South Town had woken up from their sleep. More than half of New South Town was filled with the thick smell of blood. Oh my God! Who did the Zheng family offend? Their entire family was annihilated overnight. The people of New South Town gasped when they found out that no one from the Zheng family was left alive. After staying in Hong Yu's house for a few more days, Duan Lingtian left and returned to the city governor's mansion directly. After returning to the city governor's mansion, he did not return to the mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City stayed. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to inform Guoli. He planned to stay at the city governor's place to cultivate for a period of time, until the day of the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the latent dragon camp, he heard someone calling out to him. Zhu Lang. The person who called out to him was Zhu Lang. Haha, Duan Lingtian, have you heard? The Zheng family of New South Town has been annihilated. How delightful. Zhu Lang was beaming. He seemed to be in a good mood. New South Town's Zheng family? Zheng Jian's family? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he knew what was going on, he could not help but feel shocked. His teacher's actions were too fast, right? Duan Lingtian had no idea. His teacher was enraged when he found out that the Zheng family of New South Town wanted to kill him. He immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and a Saint Rudiment revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the Zheng family. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, how could he swallow his anger when he was provoked by someone from a ninth-rate clan in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian, with your innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder when we'll meet again after you leave. Guoli could not help but sigh when she was called out by Duan Lingtian, and found out that Duan Lingtian would not be staying in the latent dragon camp for the next 6 months. She had entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she still had to stay in this 8th-rate force. I'll come back to visit you and my teacher when I'm free. Moreover, you might be able to enter the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he also had the intention of saying goodbye to Guoli. After all, it would be a rush if he left in half a year. He did not know if Guoli would be in closed-door cultivation at that time. Therefore, it was better to bid farewell in advance. Even today, Duan Lingtian only wanted to try his luck. If Guoli was in closed-door cultivation, he could only look for her next time. After all, he was not here to challenge Guoli. If he was here to challenge Guoli naturally, it did not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Guoli's gaze was extremely complicated as she watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. She muttered to herself, Guoli, a man like him is not someone you're worthy of. It was apparent that Guoli had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian, whom she had only known for a few months. However, this feeling was hidden by her. She could tell that Duan Lingtian only treated her as a good friend, and did not have any other intentions. If she rashly broke the ice, they might not be able to be friends in the future. Chapter 14-17. In the following days, apart from occasionally listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City talk about martial Dao, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time cultivating in his room. Of course, he entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate, and did not waste any time. It was worth mentioning that Su Qi had also moved into the courtyard of the city governor of Mound Hill City. As soon as Su Qi entered, Xiong Hu wanted to stir up trouble. He wanted the Duan Lingtian and Su Qi to fight to see who would be the eldest senior brother. However, his plan was ruined by the intervention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Among all of you, Su Qi is the oldest, and he was the first to follow me. Theoretically speaking, he's the eldest senior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City did this because he was worried that Su Qi would not be able to recover after being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Su Qi had been with him for many years. Naturally, he knew Su Qi's character. He was unruly and unruly. Among his peers, he had an unimaginable sense of superiority. Sometimes standing high might not be a good thing, because once he fell down, he would be smashed to pieces. The reason he was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duan Lingtian was because he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. However, although the city governor of Mound Hill City had concealed his intentions, Su Qi still managed to catch some clues. Duan Lingtian. When Su Qi found out that his master had the intention of stopping him from competing with Duan Lingtian, and even discussed it with the Duan Lingtian in private, his pride was greatly provoked. Therefore, he went straight to Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Su Qi, what's the matter?" Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, only to find Su Qi standing there with a gloomy face. He couldn't help but look puzzled. "I don't remember offending Su Qi, right?" "Duan Lingtian, I know Master looked for you and told you not to spar with me, so I want to challenge you today and prove that I'm worthy of my title as the eldest senior brother," Su Qi said with a gloomy expression. When he first met the Duan Lingtian, he did not think much of the Duan Lingtian. It was not until recently that he found out Duan Lingtian had defeated Ling Yun in just one blow. Moreover, his master thought he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, even though he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He couldn't stand it. His opponent was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, while he was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Su Qi was unaware that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to accept it. "Senior brother Su Qi, is there a misunderstanding? Teacher didn't say anything to me. I admit that I'm not as good as you," Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Naturally, he would not tell them that the city governor of Mound Hill City had looked for him. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, he could tell that Su Qi was a proud and arrogant person who might not be able to withstand the blow of being defeated by him. After all, he was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in Su Qi's eyes. "No matter what, you and I must fight today." Su Qi's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, it even alerted the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao. "Duan Lingtian, you'll fight him. He'll have to face what he has to face." The city governor of Mound Hill City sighed and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Remember, don't show any mercy." He knew very well, if Duan Lingtian showed mercy and Su Qi saw through his weakness, he would definitely have a heart demon even if he won. Although inner demons were illusory, they were real. Once the heart demon was formed, it would be difficult for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. "Yes, teacher." Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had spoken, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful Su Qi was. Although he could defeat the paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from New South Town's Zheng clan, that was because he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and was a native of the Dao martial saint land. However, he could see Su Qi's cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage through his divine eye. Although it had not completely stabilized, it was still stronger than Zheng Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. His foundation was solid. Since they were going to fight, naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show any mercy. Even if the city governor of Mound Hill City did not say anything, he would still go all out. Xiong Hu was the most excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi. "Haha, senior brother Su Qi and senior brother Duan Lingtian are finally going to fight. This is going to be a fierce battle. It'll definitely be exciting. Although Ling Yin and Jin Yuan Bao did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stood at the side. Let's begin. Standing at the side of the spacious front yard, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two people who were facing each other and said, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were standing in the middle of the field, made their moves almost at the same time. Both of them were like two cheetahs as they shot out like lightning and collided head-on. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air when Duan Lingtian's fist collided with Su Qi's fist. A thunderous explosion rang in the air. A rolling airwave swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was only because the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land was strong and the space was stable. Otherwise, the collision between the two of them was enough to set off a vast shockwave. If this shockwave was placed on Cloud Continent, it would have swept out at least a few hundred meters away. Even so, the shockwave that swept out still caused the flowers and trees in the front yard to sway and flutter, as expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch, had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Su Qi, who only took 5 steps back. The punch earlier was the full force of his silver shirt. He did not hold back at all. In just a blink of an eye, his 52 saint veins had activated his true energy and his brute strength. However, even then, he was still at a disadvantage when he faced Su Qi, who did not use any saint-grade martial tactic. Although it wasn't obvious, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and that was that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Su Qi was indeed not simple as a disciple whom the city governor of Mound Hill City had put in all his effort to cultivate. At the very least, he was not on the same level as the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Qi's ability, but Su Qi was even more shocked. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? How can a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage be so powerful? If I hadn't broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. Su Qi was so emotional that he could not calm down for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Under the premise that both of them did not use any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactic, his punch that he did not hold back only managed to gain a slight advantage. One must know he was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the person standing in front of him was only a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you have a bow that's as powerful as a human-rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out. Use the saint-grade martial tactic. Let's fight with all our might. A narrow saber suddenly appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was the saint weapon that he always carried around with him. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was only natural that he would not be shabby. His saint weapon, the narrow saber, was also a human-rank prominent saint weapon. Light swirled around it like a bright moon. Of course, Duan Lingtian also took out his sun shooting bow immediately. With the sun shooting bow in hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed completely. He was like a ferocious tiger that bared its fangs. Come on! Su Qi's eyes narrowed. The narrow saber pierced through the air. Layers of blue waves seemed to appear in the air as it passed by, pushing and blasting toward Duan Lingtian. The saber seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. If this saber is a move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could see the extraordinariness of Su Qi's saber move. It was simple and clean. It seemed to be able to destroy the void. A move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement, was so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Although the aerolite strike had only been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, as a move from a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic, not only was it more difficult to cultivate, but it was also more powerful. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with Su Qi's preemptive saber move, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He shot an arrow through the air. It was as though he was riding a bird as he soared rapidly in the air. Whoosh! 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 However, Su Qi was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Duan Lingtian who had dodged his attack, he quickly chased after him. The saber ray that shone from the saber in his hand even split into three. It was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Each saber contained an extremely sharp aura. Just as Su Qi smirked, thinking that he could suppress Duan Lingtian with these three saber moves, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had suddenly come to a halt. He was staring blankly at the sky in the distance. "What are you doing?" Su Qi's expression changed drastically. His expression was extremely grave as he withdrew his saber force. Was Duan Lingtian trying to lose to him on purpose? This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Su Qi. This was because he could see a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a terrifying speed through the strange pupil. He's coming with ill intentions. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He could smell danger. The second person who noticed that something was amiss was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, by the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared above the city governor's mansion and arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Trespassing on the city governor's mansion is a capital offense. At this moment, two figures rose into the sky from both sides of the mansion. They charged toward the intruders like two bolts of lightning. "Be careful." The city governor of Mound Hill City had a drastic change of expression. In the next moment, the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others changed as well. Chapter 14:18. "They're dead," Duan Lingtian gasped when he saw the two bodies on the ground. One of them was no stranger to him. He was the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other person was an old man. Although he did not know him, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The fact that he could fly in Mound Hill City was enough to prove his cultivation base. However, these two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were instantly killed by this newcomer in just a single blow. When Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer again, his eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, he also saw the newcomer clearly. It was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. However, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at them condescendingly. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao regained their senses and gasped. When they looked at the white-robed young man again, they were filled with dread as well. The two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were not even a match for this person. Just how strong was this person's strength? They did not even see any trace of his attack earlier. It was as though a powerful force had appeared out of thin air and suppressed, and killed the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Naturally, they knew that things were not that simple. He must have made a move. However, since their cultivation base was too low, they could not see any trace of his attack. Zhou Qi. At this moment, a thunderous roar snapped Duan Lingtian and the other four back to their senses. Then they saw it. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a ferocious look on his face as he stomped on the ground and flew up with a bang. The ground where he was standing earlier had cracks that looked like a spider web. The cracks even extended to the feet of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Before they regained their senses, they realized the city governor of Mound Hill City was already fighting with Zhou Qi. However, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they could not see their movements at all. Even when Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages crossing each other. What's that? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that when his teacher and Zhou Qi were fighting with their saint weapons, true qi had spread out above Zhou Qi's head and turned into a huge hammer. This was a giant hammer that was completely condensed from true energy. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering why the other party had the mind to spare a portion of his jinqi to do this, the giant hammer came crashing down on his teacher. At that moment the sky shook. Accompanied by a dull thud, the city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky in a wretched state. Teacher! Master! Immediately, Duan Lingtian and the other four moved to catch the falling city governor of Mound Hill City. One could see that the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. True energy condensed weapon. You broke through to the Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhou Qi with fear in his eyes. Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned Duan Lingtian and the other four. This white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually a powerful person at the Saint Realm Mastery stage? Feng Hui, you're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. It seems like you'll only be like this for the rest of your life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and blatant disdain. Zhou Qi had severely injured the city governor of Mound Hill City, and even humiliated him. This caused Duan Lingtian and the other four to turn pale. Although they knew the other party was powerful, they could not bear it. The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other four were about to attack, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, stopped them anxiously. You're no match for him. Feng Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid that I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to show off your prowess? If that's the case, you can leave now. You've achieved your goal. Feng Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice. In terms of seniority, I should call you junior uncle. However, based on the difference between our cultivation bases, I think you'll be embarrassed if I call you junior uncle. The smile on Zhou Qi's face grew wider as he insulted Feng Hui to his heart's content. Junior uncle? Duan Lingtian and the other four were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi's words. Why? Are you surprised? Zhou Qi smiled when he saw the expression on Duan Lingtian and the other four's faces. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is much more useless. He's already so old, but he's still an outer court deacon who's sent to manage this small Mound Hill City. Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My good junior uncle, if I remember correctly, you were at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage when I first met you 10 years ago, and I was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Now I've broken through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, but you're still at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The contempt in Zhou Qi's eyes grew as he spoke. Are you here to humiliate me? Feng Hui asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Qi with a piercing gaze. There was an extremely cold gleam in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that he was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight, Feng Hui would have attacked again. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored his gaze and said indifferently, I heard that martial Uncle Feng Hui has a disciple who came from the mortal continent. He's quite impressive. I think his name is Su Qi. May I know who he is? Zhou Qi asked curiously as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other four. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Lingtian and the other four could not help but look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi who came with ill intentions was actually looking for Su Qi? What was going on? Humph. Su Qi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him immediately. You're Su Qi. Not bad, you're good looking. No wonder Master likes you so much. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, he nodded in satisfaction. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, it seemed like he was here to poach him? Zhou Qi, what do you mean by that? Feng Hui asked with a grave expression. However, Zhou Qi ignored Feng Hui directly and looked at Su Qi with a smile. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, intends to take you in as his direct disciple, so that you can enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll be able to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Moon Illumination Sect. Inner Court Disciple. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, it was no different from a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other four. They would be heading to the Moon Illumination Sect to participate in the entrance assessment in 5 months. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the other four knew a little about the Moon Illumination Sect's rules. Those who had just passed the entrance assessment and entered the Moon Illumination Sect were only outer court disciples of the sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect, one must pass a certain test. It was said that one must have a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at the very least. Naturally, there were exceptions. It was said that some young geniuses who were chosen by the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials could directly enter the inner court and become inner court disciples regardless of their cultivation base, as long as they were recommended by the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials. Naturally, it had to be the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials who had real power. For example, an outer court deacon like Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, who was sent out. Although he was considered a high-ranking official in the Moon Illumination Sect to a certain extent, he did not have any status in the sect, let alone real power. In the Moon Illumination Sect, his status was even lower than many of the inner court disciples. However, Zhou Qi had just said that his master, Elder Lu Huan, intended to take Su Qi in as his direct disciple. Moreover, he would allow Su Qi to enter the inner court of the Moon Illumination Sect directly. Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao immediately looked at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what he would choose. Would he betray the sect and join another sect? Or would he reject the offer? However, if he rejected the offer, it would not end well for him. Based on the fact that Zhou Qi had killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, as soon as he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, it was easy to tell that Zhou Qi was not a kind person. Did that scoundrel Lu Huan send you here? Feng Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were wide open as his body began to tremble violently. He was so angry that he was on the verge of breaking down. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. It was Zhou Qi who had struck at lightning speed and slapped Feng Hui, leaving a clear palm print on half of Feng Hui's face. Master. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. True energy shot out of his right hand and consolidated into an arrow. He wanted to attack Zhou Qi with the aerolite strike. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about whether he was a match for Zhou Qi or not. He had long regarded Feng Hui as his master. As his disciple, he could not just stand by and watch his master being humiliated. Humph. However, as soon as he knocked the arrow on the bowstring, and before he could pull the string, a cold snort resonated in his ears. The sound contained a terrifying sound wave that caused his body to tremble. Before Duan Lingtian could even react, he felt a huge force attack him, and it fiercely slapped his body, blasting him away. Barf! Duan Lingtian felt something sweet in his throat when he fell heavily on the ground. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard 3 people spitting out blood beside him. He noticed that Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao were sent flying with him. They were holding saint weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to avenge Feng Hui just like him. How dare 4 little ants act so presumptuously in front of me, Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not seem to have done anything. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, and the other 3 in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian, and the other 3 with his nose in the air. Oh no! Chapter 14:19. How shabby. I'm afraid such a lousy bow isn't even a human-rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like Feng Hui doesn't think highly of you. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Zhou Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain as he sneered. He did not bother with Duan Lingtian and the other 2 anymore. He turned around and looked at Su Qi. Su Qi, what do you think? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly. At that moment, he thought Zhou Qi had seen how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow in his hand was, and wanted to snatch it away. At that moment his heart also hung in the air. It was only now that he felt relieved. It was a close call. A Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is actually so powerful? I feel like a child in front of him. I don't even have the strength to fight back. Even if I activate my strange pupil, I'm still no match for him. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Zhou Qi was definitely the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. However, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to Su Qi. Apart from him, even Xionghu Jin Yuan Bao and Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, were looking at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what choice he would make. Su Qi, a wise man submits to circumstances. I believe you're a smart man. Zhou Qi seemed to have noticed Su Qi's hesitation, so he continued to say, moreover, water flows to the lower places while people walk to the higher places. This is the truth no matter where you go. You're destined to have no future if you follow Fang Hui. Fang Hui's cultivation base is even lower than mine, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's only half a step away from the Saint stage. Zhou Qi finished his sentence in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Qi's master to be at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. An elder with such strength must have a high position, even in the Moon Illumination sect. Although the Moon Illumination sect was a seventh-rate force, there were only a few Saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered to be in the second echelon of the Moon Illumination sect. The first echelon was none other than the few Saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally made up his mind. Haha, good. From now on, I'll call you Junior Brother Su Qi. Zhou Qi immediately laughed out loud when he heard Su Qi's reply. His laughter was filled with joy. Junior Brother Su Qi, congratulations. You've made the best choice. Senior Brother Zhou Qi. Su Qi bowed respectfully at Zhou Qi. Su Qi, you ingrate. You ungrateful bastard. Xionghu was enraged when he saw that Su Qi had actually agreed to it. Hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face immediately disappeared. He looked at Xionghu with a murderous look in his eyes, and the true energy on his body was faintly discernible. He's just an ant. Why do you have to care about him, Senior Brother Zhou Qi? Su Qi glanced at Xionghu indifferently and said to Zhou Qi with a smile. That's right. He's just an ant. Zhou Qi smiled as well. You. When Xionghu heard Su Qi's words, he became even more enraged. He still wanted to say something, but Jin Yuan Bao, who was standing next to him, covered his mouth. Xionghu, if you're seeking death, don't drag us down with you. Jin Yuan Bao glared at Xionghu and shouted in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Qi with a slightly gloomy expression. He knew very well how much his master, the city governor of Mount Hill City, loved Su Qi. For Su Qi's sake, his master had even secretly asked him not to spar with Su Qi. Yet now, Su Qi had actually betrayed his master. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that his heart was filled with rage that was about to burst out. Senior Brother Zhou Qi, let's return to the sect. I'd like to go back and meet Master as soon as possible, Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was respectful, and Zhou Qi enjoyed it. There's no hurry. Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. At this moment, Fang Hui was looking at Su Qi in disbelief. It was as though he did not expect Su Qi to betray him. A hint of anger could be seen on his face. However, his anger soon disappeared. He sighed as though he had aged a few years in an instant. Fang Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Zhou Qi glanced at Fang Hui coldly and said mockingly, it's one thing if you have poor innate talent, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now the disciple you've trained wholeheartedly has betrayed you. Every word Zhou Qi said was heart-wrenching. After he finished speaking, Fang Hui was so angry that his body trembled violently. His eyes were bulging, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely wretched. However, I still have to thank you on behalf of my master. your senior brother, Elder Lu Huan. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him. Zhou Qi continued. Fang Hui was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Trash! Zhou Qi spat before he looked at Su Qi and said with a smile. Junior brother Su Qi, let's go. We'll go back to the sect to meet Master and perform the ceremony. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou Qi's arrangement. Su Qi glanced at Fang Hui, who had fainted unwillingly, before he looked at Zhou Qi and said respectfully, Let's go. Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice. He lifted his arm and grabbed Su Qi's shoulder. He flew away with Su Qi and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye, returning to the Moon Illumination sect. Master City Governor, Big Brother, Elder Huang. Not long after Zhou Qi left, people came one after another. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and some revered elders. As for the servants and maids who came after hearing the news, they were blocked outside. After all, it was not something to be proud of. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the healing medicinal pill gradually took effect. Duan Lingtian, Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao could finally stand up. After they stood up, they immediately ran to Fang Hui, who was unconscious. The three of them had a worried expression on their faces. What's going on? More than 10 people from the 36 guardians and a few revered elders came. All of them looked grave as they questioned Duan Lingtian and the other two. They rushed over when they heard the commotion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and a revered elder lying on the ground. This scene scared them to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies. In fact, the three of them who were lying on the ground were all at the Saint Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City, especially, was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastering the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon was a technique that could only be mastered by a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon to attack the enemy by surprise would have a miraculous effect. For example, the technique Zhou Qi used to defeat Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was the True Energy Consolidated Weapon. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon. His divine weapon phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the gigantic hammer fell, it was as though Mount Tai was crashing down. Its power was unstoppable. Su Qi, that ingrate. Xionghu gnashed his teeth in hatred. The moment he thought of Su Qi's betrayal, he was filled with rage. Jin Yuanbao recounted what had happened earlier with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing how powerful Zhou Qi was, and how powerful the Moon Illumination sect's elder, Lu Huan, was, everyone fell silent. Whether it was the dozens of people from the 36 guardians, or the remaining revered elders, the anger on their faces turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well that they would not be able to avenge themselves. Their opponent was an inner court disciple of the seventh-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect, that was above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Put aside the fact that the inner court disciple was more powerful than their city governor. Moreover, the Moon Illumination sect's elder behind the inner court disciple made them unable to resist at all. Soon after, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, regained consciousness. His expression was terrifyingly grave. After consuming a healing medicinal pill and recovering slightly, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Xionghu, and Jin Yuanbao, the rest of you are dismissed." Following Fang Hui's order, only 4 people were left in the huge mansion. "I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, right?" Fang Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, they had questions in their minds. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, he seemed to be picking on Fang Hui, as though he had a death feud with Fang Hui. "Do all of you see anything?" Fang Hui asked again. "Master, Zhou Qi must have a feud with you, right?" Jin Yuanbao asked. "Zhou Qi." Fang Hui shook his head before a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "I have no feud with Zhou Qi. He's just a dog that Lu Huan raised to bite people everywhere. Lu Huan is the one who has a feud with me, Lu Huan. Before Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other two did not know who the owner of this name was even if they heard it. However, after Zhou Qi's arrival they knew who he was. Lu Huan was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. His cultivation base was so powerful that he had even entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Master, Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Why do you have a feud with him? Xionghu asked. I'll have to start from when I was young, Fang Hui said slowly. Fang Hui slowly told Duan Lingtian and the other two about the things that happened when he was young. As it turned out, Fang Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination sect in the same year. In the beginning, both of them minded their own business, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them died. As for the reason for this, it was because of Fang Hui's wife. Fang Hui's wife had entered the Moon Illumination sect a few years later. Both Fang Hui and Lu Huan had taken a liking to her. In the end, Fang Hui had married the beauty. At that time, Lu Huan, who had already become an inner court disciple, took advantage of the fact that he had been taken in as a disciple by an elder in the sect. He was so bold that he kidnapped Fang Hui's wife on their wedding night. After Fang Hui's wife was defiled by him, she chose to commit suicide. Since then, Fang Hui and Lu Huan had a death feud. They would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Fang Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan's, and his backer was not as good as Lu Huan's. In his despair, the heart demon grew in him, causing his cultivation base to progress slowly. Chapter 1420. Later on, Fang Hui knew there was no hope for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he sought the position of an outer court deacon to take charge of Mound Hill City, and became the city governor of Mound Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here. He had once again recalled his dusty memories, causing him to be filled with grief and indignation. However, what could he do? He could not defeat Lu Huan. In terms of status, he was far inferior to Lu Huan. Due to this reason, he could only endure the humiliation until today. I know there's no hope for me to seek revenge on my own, and I've thought of committing suicide. However, I decided to live on in the end. I'm destined to be inferior to Lu Huan in this life, but it doesn't mean the disciple I train is inferior to the disciple he trains. Fang Hui said through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Naturally, there was something he did not say. He hoped the disciple he trained would avenge him one day. Even if he did not kill Lu Huan, he would die without regrets if he could teach Lu Huan a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out an ignoble existence until today. One must admit that when Fang Hui's words entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other three, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. It did not cross their minds at all to think that their teacher and master actually had such an unbearable past. They could feel pain, anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and other emotions in Fang Hui's tone. They could understand it. The reason I'm telling all of you this is mainly because I want to tell all of you one thing. Even if all of you enter the Moon Illumination sect in a few months' time and become outer court disciples, you'll still have to face suppression from Lu Huan's people. Fang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three solemnly. Now you can consider. Do you still want to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and enter the sect? The moment Fang Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three could not help but frown. Don't tell me they dared to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill anyone in the sect even if they have 100 guts. Even if it's a remote place, it's still covered by the divine consciousness of a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Whoever kills will be severely punished by the sect. Fang Hui enunciated each word clearly. Of course, if there's an irreconcilable feud between the people in the sect, you can apply for a life and death duel. That way, you won't be breaking the sect's rules, and you won't be punished for killing. In other words, if we enter the Moon Illumination sect, they'll at most make things difficult for us. But they won't dare to kill us? Xionghu asked. Something like that. Fang Hui nodded. Teacher, what is divine sense? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Divine consciousness can only be formed by Saint Realm experts. It's a type of spiritual energy. The divine consciousness of a Saint Realm expert can cover a wide area and monitor that area. Feng Hui said, "You'll find out about this when you break through to the Saint stage in the future." Saint Realm? Duan Lingtian did not think much of what Feng Hui said, but Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were shocked. Based on what their master said, this senior brother Duan actually had a chance to break through to the Saint stage? With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the Saint stage, as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Feng Hui seemed to have noticed the shock on Ling Yun and the other two's faces. Based on his words, he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. "I'll give all of you a month to think about it. I won't blame you even if you don't enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, once you enter, you'll have to be mentally prepared." Feng Hui continued, "After all, I'm the one who recommended all of you to enter the Moon Illumination sect. That's equivalent to being branded with Mound Hill City's label, my label." Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao nodded solemnly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already made up his mind when he heard Feng Hui say Lu Huan, and his disciple would not kill anyone in the sex estate. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be suppressed, it would not be a life and death situation. There was only motivation when there was pressure. Duan Lingtian had always believed in this. "I'll let Lu Huan and his disciple be my touchstone then." Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Sigh. Feng Hui seemed to have recalled something as he let out a long sigh before he turned around and left the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian glanced at him and realized Feng Hui's silhouette was a little desolate. It seems like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a huge blow to teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was also out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, in his opinion, Su Qi was not a coward who would live an ignoble life. "I've misjudged him this time." Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as his eyes gleamed coldly. "Su Qi, I'll let you know. Even if you're on Lu Huan's side, I'll still step on you." Since Duan Lingtian truly regarded Feng Hui as his teacher, he could empathize with Feng Hui's humiliation. And Lu Huan and his disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, the coldness in his eyes intensified. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was less than half a year before he would join the Moon Illumination sect. "I hope I'll have successfully broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage by the time I join the Moon Illumination sect," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After cultivating in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 days, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a knock on the door. Only a day had passed in the outside world. "Teacher." When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Feng Hui. He could not help but feel a little surprised. "Duan Lingtian, have you thought about it? Do you want to join the Moon Illumination sect?" Feng Hui asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he could not help but feel a little surprised when Feng Hui came to ask him about it after only a day. Did he not say he would give him a month to think about it? Since there's no danger of death, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, he made it clear that he still intended to join the Moon Illumination sect. There's no danger of death in the sex estate. Feng Hui's face turned serious as he said, "However, there's no guarantee of safety outside the sex estate. You must know this. Even if someone was killed outside the sex estate, they might not be able to find out who killed him. If I'm killed outside the sex estate, I can only say that I'm useless." Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he smiled faintly. "I didn't misjudge you." Feng Hui took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before taking out a spatial ring and passing it to Duan Lingtian. "Cultivate well before you head to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment." This is... Upon seeing Feng Hui's action, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. There's a saint-grade pill, the sensory pill, and some saint stones inside. They'll be helpful to your cultivation. After Fang Hui finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply, and directly stuffed it into Duan Lingtian's hand. Then, he turned around and left, no longer disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Teacher, I'll seek justice for you one day, Duan Lingtian promised as he watched Fang Hui's desolate silhouette leaving. He did not know why, but he felt a fire burning in his heart. This was his promise to Fang Hui. His voice was not loud, but it entered Fang Hui's ears clearly. Justice. Fang Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you. Fang Hui's voice became a little hoarse. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. The reason he, Fang Hui, had dragged out an ignoble existence until today was to seek justice. Back then, Lu Huan had kidnapped and forced his newlywed wife to death, but he did not seek justice. Until today he still could not seek justice. The reason he recruited so many young geniuses was because he had pinned his hopes on those young geniuses. He hoped they would seek justice for him. Now that someone had promised to seek justice for him, and this person had a high chance of fulfilling his promise, how could he not be excited? However, Fang Hui's feelings were still complicated. Back then, when he took Su Qi as his disciple, he had pinned all his hopes on Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi's rapid growth, he saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's innate talent, he would definitely be able to fulfill his unfulfilled wish, as long as he grew stronger after joining the Moon Illumination sect. He would seek justice for him, and allow his wife to die happily. However, who would have thought the person he had pinned all his hopes on would betray him? Fortunately, he still had Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was like a ray of light in the darkness that guided him forward. To put it simply, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his last hope. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint him. Don't tell me I can't have my cake and eat it too? Fang Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Qi, both of them were people who could seek justice for him after they grew stronger. However, just like how he could not have his cake and eat it too, he had lost Su Qi. Duan Lingtian closed the door and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda again. Sensory pill. He did not lack saint stones among the things Fang Hui had given him. However, he lacked the saint-grade sensory pill. This is a 2-star sensory pill. This is a 3-star sensory pill? Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him. When he was about to take out the sensory pill to assist his cultivation, he realized there were not only 2-star sensory pills in the spatial ring, but there was also a small portion of 3-star sensory pills. They were all saint-grade sensory pills. The effect of the 3-star sensory pill was undoubtedly much better than the 2-star sensory pill. It's time to change my spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian recalled his spatial ring was refined by himself, he decided to use the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him. Currently, he could not raise the grade of his spatial ring because he could not produce a weapon flame. However, the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him was of a higher grade than all the spatial rings he had. It was a human-rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed it without hesitation. The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective. The 3-star sensory pill must be even more powerful. Chapter 1421. After today's incident, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressured. The law of the jungle in the Dao Martial Saint Land was even more exaggerated compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City alone and killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the city governor's estate before severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao did not even have the strength to fight back against the arrogant Zhou Qi. All of this was because Zhou Qi was too powerful. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth that applied no matter where one went. Today, Zhou Qi had further explained this concept to Duan Lingtian. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'm more confident of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. Unknowingly, a saint stone had appeared in his hand. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air, and the saint stone surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. They were transported by the 9 dragons and circulated in his body. After completing the circulation, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true energy and merged into the basketball-sized Qi between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy in his Qi was increasing every second. It's so fast. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill took effect, the heaven and earth spirit energy he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had become faster as well. Under such a cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose rapidly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not keep cultivating like this. Occasionally, he would leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and his room to relax. A month's time passed very quickly. At this moment, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao had also replied one after another. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu had decided to join the Moon Illumination sect. Jin Yuanbao, on the other hand, chose to give up. Master, I'm sorry. I can't join the Moon Illumination sect. I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will attack my family. Under the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao bitterly smiled as he explained the reason why he gave up. Although Jin Yuanbao chose to give up, Fang Hui did not blame him. It was undoubtedly normal for Jin Yuanbao to be wary of Lu Huan and his disciple. Master, I'll definitely teach that traitor Su Qi a lesson for you in the future. As for that Zhou Qi, I will definitely catch up to him, and even surpass him in the future. Xiong Hu said solemnly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Fang Hui was naturally moved by this. Even though Ling Yun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze was enough to explain everything. Duan Lingtian would occasionally leave the city governor's mansion and go out to relax. However, most of the time, he would go to Hong Yu's house to see the little girl, Sure, and play with her. Compared to the past, the little girl Sure was like a completely different person. She had become even more cheerful. Brother Sure will perform for you. The little girl waved her fists excitedly as she blinked her big eyes and said to Duan Lingtian, "What's the performance?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. As the little girl whistled, a few figures appeared in all directions of the courtyard. In just a blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Duan Lingtian stared at them and saw they were animals like cats and dogs. However, due to the different environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the cats and dogs here were different from the ones on the mortal continent. The cats here were as big as adult dogs on the mortal continent. The dogs here were as big as tigers on the mortal continent. However, the cats and dogs surrounding the little girl were unusually docile. They lay there and allowed the little girl to ride on them. They even ran around happily with the little girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Sure's innate talent as a beast tamer far surpasses mine. Hong Yu suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated expression as he looked at the little girl, who was riding a big dog around the courtyard. As it turns out, she has an innate talent as a beast tamer. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He was wondering how a little girl like Sure could make these cats and dogs so docile. As it turned out, she had an innate talent as a beast tamer. In the beginning, he even thought these were the cats and dogs that Hong Yu reared at home. Only now did he realize they were stray cats and dogs. Brother Lingtian, I want Sure to become a beast tamer, Hong Yu said seriously. Hong Yu said to Duan Lingtian seriously, she really has this innate talent. I don't want this talent of hers to be buried. Big brother Hong, I don't have any objections as long as Sure is happy. Duan Lingtian said. I only hope that she can always be carefree. Everything else is not important. All right. Hong Yu nodded. Big brother Hong, I'll be leaving in 3 months. I'll come to see all of you and bid farewell before I leave Mount Hill City. I'm going to focus on cultivating during this period of time. Duan Ling Tian greeted Hong Yu, and Hong Yu expressed his understanding of the situation. He knew Duan Ling Tian would be leaving Mound Hill City in 3 months to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. As Duan Ling Tian's brother, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Ling Tian would have a bright future. After returning to the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian focused on cultivating even more. I've underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through from the mastery mortal shedding stage to the perfection mortal shedding stage is more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Initially, Duan Ling Tian planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before joining the Moon Illumination Sect. Soon he realized it was not easy to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time went by, he had cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a whole year, but he still had not broken through. Moreover, only 2/3 of the true energy in the Qi in between his brows had been accumulated. He was still 1/3 away from filling his Qi with true energy. A year on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 4 months outside. At this moment, there was only a month left before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect would begin. The time was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. The day for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu to depart to the Moon Illumination Sect had arrived. Get ready. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. In the morning, Fang Hui called Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu to greet them. Duan Ling Tian did not have much to prepare. They would depart the next day. He left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house to accompany the little girl, Sure, for the entire day. He was only ready to leave in the evening. Sure, I'm going somewhere far tomorrow. I'll come back to see you after a while. Duan Ling Tian said to the little girl. Come back soon, brother. The little girl was much more sensible now. If she was still the old her, she would have cried a long time ago. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After patting Shure's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law. I'll leave Shure in your care. Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, take care of yourself. I believe with your innate talent, it won't take long for you to make a name for yourself in the Moon Illumination Sect. Hong Yu said. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu were brought out of Mound Hill City by Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Ling Tian and the other two could fly on their own without the flight prohibiting formation. They followed Fang Hui to the Moon Illumination Sect. Xiong Hu, why you've broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Soon, Duan Ling Tian realized Xiong, who could still keep up with him, and Ling Yun, even though he was flying with his physical strength and the true energy in his body. I just broke through a month ago. Xiong Hu grinned and smiled brightly. However, Fang Hui and Ling Yun did not seem surprised. It was obvious they had known about it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you and I could have exchanged some pointers. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you. Xiong Hu said with a teary face. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Ling Tian had become the eldest senior brother. Naturally, even if Su Qi did not leave, Duan Ling Tian was still the eldest senior brother in Ling Yun and Xiong Hu's eyes. They knew a little about Fang Hui forbidding Duan Ling Tian from sparring with Su Qi. They knew their master was worried Su Qi would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Fang Hui slowed down on purpose, since he had to take care of Duan Ling Tian and the other two. They only arrived near the Moon Illumination Sect after 2 days. We'll see the Moon Illumination Sect after we pass the mountain range in front. Fang Hui said to Duan Ling Tian and the other two while looking at the mountain range that looked like a long dragon. The three of them shuddered and snapped back to their senses. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he focused his eyes and looked forward. He could not see anything with just a glance. However, as he activated the strange pupil in his left eye, He soon saw a huge mountain gate not far behind the mountain range. It looked majestic. Above the mountain gate, there were 3 large words carved in a flamboyant style. Moon Illumination Sect. I did it. Just as Duan Tian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a surprised voice resonated in his ears. He could tell it was Hualao's voice. Hualao, what did you do? Duan Tian was stunned. I've successfully refined the dragon blood of the little devil dragon, Hualao replied. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened due to his excitement. Hualao, did you really refine it? Duan Tian's tone seemed to contain slight excitement mixed within. He could not help but feel excited. Hualao had told him what refining the dragon blood of a 5-clawed devil dragon meant 3 months ago. Divine Dragon Phenomenon. Chapter 1422. 3 months ago, Duan Tian had purposely asked Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, about Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. According to Feng Hui, the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was just an elevation of true energy. It was the real transformation when one reached the mastery stage. A mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could cast the true energy consolidated weapon technique. They could use part of their true energy to consolidate a divine weapon phenomenon to attack their opponent when they were fighting. For example, Zhou Qi, the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciple, who came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City half a year ago, had consolidated a gigantic hammer with his true energy. It was a divine weapon phenomenon. If he did not cast the divine weapon phenomenon, Feng Hui, who was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, might have been able to hold on for a while. However, Feng Hui had no way of fighting back when he cast the divine weapon phenomenon. Duan Tian had a deep impression of that scene. When the gigantic hammer divine weapon phenomenon slammed down, it was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. It was as though it could suppress everything. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique at the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once one entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, one would master a new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. As long as a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast, and had broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would be able to consolidate a fierce beast or a saint beast phenomenon with his true energy. That kind of phenomenon was called the variant beast phenomenon. The more powerful the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast was merged with, the more powerful the variant beast phenomenon would be. Fierce beasts and saint beasts would only have blood essence when they were alive. If they were dead, the blood essence would evaporate and disappear without a trace. When Duan Tian killed the 5-clawed devil dragon, he did not know about this when he entered the Saint Rudiment stage. Therefore, he did not think about taking its blood essence. Naturally, he might not be able to take it even if he wanted to. After all, he had relied on the Devil Seal tablet to kill the 5-clawed devil dragon. It was a close call, so he did not have the chance to take the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Fortunately, Hualao has a way to refine the ordinary blood in the 5-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Duan Tian, S. Saint Rudiment stage. Although Elder Hua was the 3-legged golden crow, the divine sun bird in the ancient myths in Duan Tian's past life, he did not know that there was a true energy consolidated beast technique here, due to the different cultivation laws in every mundane planet. After learning about this, he told Duan Tian that he could refine the ordinary blood of a 5-clawed divine dragon into blood essence. After all, Duan Tian had just learned from Feng Hui that the technique of a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of fierce beasts and saint beasts. He felt a little depressed. This was because although he had the 5-clawed demonic dragon's corpse, he did not have its blood essence. Saint stage realm Saint Rudiment stage, Saint. Fortunately, Hualao had mentioned a way to remedy the situation. Otherwise, Duan Tian would have been extremely depressed. And now, Hearing Hualao say that the refinement was successful, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. To him, this was good news that would have a long-term impact on his future strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of him condensing the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol in the future. According to teacher, the variant beast phenomenon formed by powerhouses above the perfection saint rudiment stage not only has a form and spirit, but it also has a force. If I can condense the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol, wouldn't the Dharma idols of ordinary beasts collapse when the dragon's might is displayed? With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. Hualao, keep the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence first. I'll get it from you after I settle down in the Moon Illumination sect. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't wait to fuse with the five-clawed demon dragon's blood essence, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. No matter how anxious he wasn't in a hurry. Right now he was still far away from the perfection saint rudiment stage. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he realized he had already arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. He could see behind the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, but it was cloudy, so he couldn't see what was inside. Let's walk into the monastery gate. When they arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, Feng Hui's expression was solemn as he called out to Duan Lingtian and the other two before descending from the sky. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed suit. Under Feng Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. However, they were stopped by the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate. I'm the city governor of Mound Hill City, leading the young geniuses of Mound Hill City to participate in the entrance assessment organized by the sect's Ming Tian. Feng Hui took out a token and waved it in front of the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples. On the token, apart from the words City Governor of Mound Hill City and Outer Court Deacon, there was also Feng Hui's name. Oh, it's Deacon Feng. When the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples saw the token, they immediately welcomed Feng Hui in with a smile. Although the Outer Court Deacons did not have any real power in the sect, both of them were only Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Outer Court Deacons. The entrance assessment will begin tomorrow. All of you should rest well today. Get some sleep tonight, and recharge your energy, so that you'll be ready for the entrance assessment tomorrow. Feng Hui said as he led Duan Lingtian and the other two inside. With the three of your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become an Outer Court disciple. Soon after, Feng Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the outer area of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. There were simple houses that were specially made for the participants of the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that looked more spacious and luxurious. However, these houses were not as simple as the simple houses. There were only 18 of them. Feng Hui registered with the person in charge and obtained the residence passes for 4 of the houses. The residence passes were hung on the doors of the houses with the words occupied written on them. It meant that the houses with the residence passes were occupied, so that nobody would enter wrongly. Master, will Su Qi be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow? Xionghu asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. Since he's Lu Huan's disciple naturally, he doesn't have to participate in the assessment. Not only that, but he can even enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple with Lu Huan's recommendation. Although it had been half a year since Su Qi's betrayal, one could still see some strange emotions on Feng Hui's face. Traitor, Xionghu said resentfully. Xionghu, Feng Hui said with a frown. It's fine if you say these things in private when you enter the Moon Illumination sect. If you say these things out loud, Lu Huan's people won't let you go easily. The sect forbids killing. Do you think I Xionghu am afraid of them? Xionghu said with a glare. All in all, when the 3 of you enter the sect, try to keep a low profile. If Lu Huan's people think that you're stubborn, they might feel bored and won't make things difficult for you. Feng Hui said seriously. I don't want to cause too much trouble for all of you because of me. A moment of forbearance is for a better tomorrow. If we want to avenge Master, we must become stronger first. Otherwise we're destined to be tortured, Ling Yan said. Fang Hui nodded. That's right. Fang Hui agreed with Ling Yan's words. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and did not interrupt. His eyes gleamed brightly, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Forbearance. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian hung the residence pass with the words occupied on one of the houses. Since the people from Mound Hill City were the first to arrive, the houses were all empty. Therefore, he chose the house with the best location and the best air. The house that master lives in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could it be that they correspond to the city governors of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 18 spacious houses opposite him, and thought in his heart as he guessed. At this moment, no matter if it was Fang Hui, Ling Yin, or Xiong Hu, they entered the house one after another and closed the door. The sign that said occupied on the door told the people outside that there were already people inside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked in as well. The house was simple. Apart from a small window that he could barely lie down on, there was nothing else inside. This house was obviously much worse than the wooden house in the Leighton Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. Compared to the extremely harsh environment in his past life, this place was like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the house. He realized that the house was not airtight. A gust of wind could blow in from anywhere. It's not easy to put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in this case. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the wind blew in, he would be blown out as soon as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was touched. Forget it. It's only a day. I'll just cultivate outside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect tomorrow, he would become an outer court disciple of the sect. As long as he was capable, he could stay in the independent courtyard in the outer court anytime. The reason he said, as long as he was capable, was because the living conditions of the outer court disciples, in the Moon Illumination sect, were also divided into different grades and grades. Fang Hui had told them about this on their way here. Only those who had a strong fist could live well. Although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, most of the true energy in my Qi Si has been accumulated. With the 52 saint veins, I can mobilize all of my true energy in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Even those on the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be able to compare to me in this aspect. Besides, I've also cultivated the defensive technique silver shirt to the highest level, the impeccable stage. With my current ability, although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, it's enough to crush many martial and Dao cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. Bang! A loud bang sounded out and gave Duan Lingtian a fright. At the same time, a gust of wind blew in, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. His face turned extremely grave. The loud noise came from the sound of the door being kicked. The wind was caused by the door being kicked open. Someone had kicked open the door to Duan Lingtian's house. Boy, I've taken a liking to this house. Get out of here. Chapter 1423. Duan Lingtian walked out of his house with a gloomy expression. With just a glance, he saw an arrogant young man standing at the door of his house, as though he was number 2. When Duan Lingtian walked out, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu also heard the commotion and walked out of their houses respectively. At the same time, another middle-aged man and 3 other young men came out as well. The 4 of them were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on them. His eyes were on the arrogant young man in front of him. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for kicking my door open and asking me to leave? Is that right? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice as a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. So what if I am? Don't tell me you dare to go against my will? The young man who called himself Xiaozhui sneered with his nose in the air, as though he was a superior talking to a subordinate. He said in a condescending tone, If I were you, I'd leave immediately instead of talking nonsense here. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you continue to stay. When Xiao Zhui reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Xiao Zhui is unwilling to be left out no matter where he goes. That's right. Senior brother Xiao Zhui was like that when he was in Luojiang City. I can't believe he's still the same after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? You've underestimated senior brother Xiao Zhui. He's the #1 genius among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. He's only 38 years old, but he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The other 3 young men were whispering to each other. It was obvious they came from the same city as Xiao Zhui. Luo Yi. Fang Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said with a frown, "Isn't your disciple too much? My disciple didn't offend him, did he?" Luo Yi was the city governor of Luojiang City. Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. It was as famous as Mound Hill City. The city lord of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that controlled an 8th-grade primordial stone mine. Fang Hui, I heard that your most outstanding direct disciple, Su Qi, has been taken in as Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple. Congratulations! With this relationship, I presume that you and Elder Lu Huan will be able to bury the hatchet, right? Luo Yi said with a smile. His words were unbridled, and he did not care about Fang Hui, whose expression was gradually darkening. He knew that it was impossible for Fang Hui and Lu Huan to reconcile. He only said that to provoke Fang Hui. As for Xiao Zhui, he just wants to spar with your other disciples. Now only the people from our 2 cities are here. This way we can pass the time, right? Luo Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't tell me that you, Fang Hui, have no one else besides Su Qi? Sure enough, Fang Hui's face darkened even more. His gaze on Luo Yi grew even colder. Trash, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Zhui's face darkened as he asked loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Luo Yi and the other 3 young men from Luojiang City. Trash, who are you talking to? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as soon as Xiao Zhui finished speaking. His tone was cold. You. Xiao Zhui replied angrily. Yes, Trash is talking to me. Duan Lingtian studied Xiao Zhui from head to toe for a while before he nodded in all seriousness. Haha, senior brother Ling Yan. Did you hear that? This brat admitted that he's trash. Xionghu laughed out loud. His laughter was wanton and broke the silence. A smile appeared on Ling Yan's face as well. The 3 young men from Luojiang City looked at Xiao Zhui with a strange expression. This brat is dead meat. However, there was pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured by Xiao Zhui. Fang Hui, does your direct disciple only know how to talk? Luo Yi glanced at Fang Hui nonchalantly and mocked. Your disciple seems to be the most talkative one since the beginning, right? Fang Hui retorted. Luo Yi's face darkened. He then looked at Xiao Zhui and said through true energy voice transmission, Xiao Zhui, teach this brat a lesson. As far as I know, Su Qi is the only one among Fang Hui's disciples who has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he has already joined Elder Lu Huan. This brat is no match for you. Brat, you're seeking death. On the other hand, Xiao Zhui finally reacted when he heard Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious and charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. At that moment, the true energy on Xiao Zhui's body dissipated, as though he had put on a layer of green clothes. Wherever he passed, it seemed to have turned into a wave that crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Xiao Zhui, who was charging at him menacingly. He stood still with a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Xiao Zhui's face turned ferocious when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifference. He swept his palm toward Duan Lingtian like a 5-fingered mountain. Airwaves rolled out. The force of Xiao Zhui's palm shook the flowers and plants more than 10 meters away. Oomph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, and made his move as well. As the 52 saint veins in his body were activated, the true energy in his qi si surged into his hands. He slammed his palm out as well. His palm was shining with a dazzling silver luster. You want to fight Xiao Jue, who's at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You're digging your own grave. Luo Yi smirked when he saw that. He thought the purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City was too arrogant. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Jue's palms collided. A rolling airwave raged out from the center of the two palms, as though it had set off a gale. Both of them retreated in a flash at the same time. Duan Ling Tian took 5 steps back, while Xiao Jue took 4 steps back. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. Xiao Jue glanced at Duan Ling Tian in shock. However, a look of disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll let you know that the people from Mound Hill City are destined to be stepped on by the people from Luojiang City. A sword appeared in Xiao Jue's hand out of thin air, as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use his saint weapon to end the battle quickly. The 4 people from Luojiang City were surprised that Duan Ling Tian was only at a slight disadvantage when he collided with Xiao Jue's palms. On the other hand, the 3 people from Mound Hill City were not surprised at all. Fang Hui, I didn't expect Mound Hill City to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator after Su Qi left. Luo Yi looked at Fang Hui. When he saw the smug look on Fang Hui's face, he poured cold water on him. However, he's still no match for Xiao Jue with this little bit of ability. Xiao Jue's most powerful skill is his sword technique. His most powerful skill is his sword technique? Fang Hui was amused. Does Luo Yi think that Duan Lingtian's most powerful skill is his palm technique? Although Xiao Jue is arrogant, he's quite capable. He's even on par with Su Qi from half a year ago. My punch with 80% of my strength is actually at a slight disadvantage. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Based on the earlier exchange of palms, he was sure that if he did not use any weapons or saint-grade martial tactic moves, he and Xiao Jue would at most be on par. You're digging your own grave. However, he was delighted when he saw Xiao Jue taking out his saint weapon and trying to defeat him with it. One must know that the reason why he was so confident in defeating so many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage was mainly because of his weapon. His weapon was the sun shooting bow. Although the sun shooting bow was not as glorious as it was in its prime, it was not something a human rank saint weapon could compare to. Trash from Mound Hill City. I'll defeat you with just 1 strike. Xiao Jue shouted coldly and struck with his sword at lightning speed. He moved with his sword, his body was ethereal and seemed real at the same time. The sword gleam was like a blooming white flower that was dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword. Xiao Jue mumbled. The sword gleam in his hand bloomed like plum blossoms in winter, as it flew toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his vital points. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He moved with the arrow like a bolt of lightning, and dodged Xiao Jue's sword technique easily. Sword shadow pursuit. Xiao Jue continued to mumble. After Duan Lingtian dodged, he chased after him. The sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to a bone. It did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. However, that was just the beginning. A moment later, Duan Lingtian managed to distance himself from Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue was completely defeated in terms of speed. Oh no! Luo Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He thought nobody in Mound Hill City was a match for his disciple, since Su Qi was no longer around. He did not expect Mound Hill City to have such a genius even without Su Qi. In the martial Dao of the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Speed could defeat all techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how could he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Jue is in danger. Luo Yi could not help but look at Fang Hui with jealousy in his eyes. What did Fang Hui do to deserve this? First he had Su Qi. After Su Qi was snatched away, he had such a disciple. Was Mound Hill City's luck that great? Clang. Umph. The sound of an iron weapon colliding with a muffled grunt resonated. Luo Yi had a bad feeling about this, and his expression changed immediately. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized the disciple he was proud of, Xiao Jue, had been defeated by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had knocked the sword out of Xiao Jue's hand with an arrow. Moreover, The bowstring in the purple-clad young man's bow was placed in front of Xiao Zhui's throat. As long as the purple-clad young man shook the bowstring, Xiao Zhui's head would definitely be separated from his body. Don't try to act cool if you don't have the ability. Do you think you can show how powerful you are by provoking me, attracting the attention of others, and defeating me? Do you think you can satisfy your vanity? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Zhui with a mocking smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking the initiative to come to me and giving me a chance to act cool. Chapter 1424. The reason Xiao Zhui snatched Duan Lingtian's house was because the location of Duan Lingtian's house was really good. Secondly, his master was not on good terms with the city governor of Mound Hill City. When he found out the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who came earlier than them, he had his eyes on Duan Lingtian's house. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the Mound Hill City disciple. He chose to be an iron plate. An iron plate that he Xiao Zhui could not kick. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a deep voice and kicked Xiao Zhui, whose face was turning green and pale, away. He did not show any mercy at all. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Naturally, Xiao Zhui had to pay the price for provoking him. Otherwise, he would think he was a pushover. When the other three young men from Luojiang City had a change of expression, Luo Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, how dare you hurt someone from Luojiang City? Luo Yi. Feng Hui stopped Luo Yi as soon as he took a step forward. Don't tell me the almighty city governor of Luojiang City wants to bully a junior? If I remember correctly, you said this was just a sparring session to pass the time, right? You seem to agree with that, don't you? Luo Yi was furious when he heard what Feng Hui said. He had indeed said that earlier. What? You thought the people from Mound Hill City were no match for the people from Luojiang City, so you boasted shamelessly. Now that your people are at a disadvantage, you're trying to deny it? Feng Hui smirked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Feng Hui, I can't believe you're so lucky to have picked up such a monster after losing Su Qi. I only hope he won't be like Su Qi when he joins the sect. He won't part ways with you and join Elder Lu Huan instead. Luo Yi snorted and took a good look at Duan Lingtian. I think, if Elder Lu Huan finds out you have such a disciple, he won't let him go. Luo Yi smirked when he reached the end of his sentence. Feng Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard that. To be honest, he was really worried about this. He subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian, only to discover that the Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. When he saw the determination in the Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart settled. That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Feng Hui glanced at Luo Yi and sneered. Why don't you hurry up and pick a place to stay and recuperate? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Luo Yi looked back at Feng Hui coldly. He then looked at Xiao Zhui, who was in a sorry state, and said indifferently. Xiao Zhui took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Only then did he find an empty house to stay in. During this process, Xionghu took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune and shushed him twice. The geniuses of Luojiang City are only Sozo. Xionghu chuckled. His words made the people of Luojiang City turn pale, but they were speechless. The truth was right in front of them, and they could not refute it. It was unknown if the three young men from Luojiang City felt embarrassed because Xiao Zhui had embarrassed Luojiang City, or they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. But all of them returned to their houses one after another. Luo Yi did not stay outside for long and returned to his own house. However, before he entered, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intent in Luo Yi's eyes, but he did not care. His name is Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City. At this time, Feng Hui also told Duan Lingtian about Luo Yi's identity. When we were in the sect, he was Lu Huan's lackey. Because of Lu Huan, he has always been at odds with me. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two were enlightened. It seems that Xiao Jue deliberately provoked Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he kicked an iron plate. Xionghu chuckled, gloating over Xiao Jue's misfortune. Ling Yin did not say anything, but his face was a little solemn. Xiao Jue was a young genius from Luojiang City, who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. After all, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Ling Yin, you don't have to think too much. I've heard of Xiao Jue before. He's already 38 years old. You, on the other hand, are only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38 years old. Fang Hui comforted Ling Yin as though he knew what was on Ling Yin's mind. Yes. Ling Yin's expression softened after Fang Hui comforted him. That was right. Xiao Jue was already 38 years old. He, on the other hand, was only 31 years old. Given 7 years, he was confident he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the paramount mortal shedding stage. That Luo Yi thought he could let his disciples trample on Mound Hill City since Su Qi was gone. Just thinking about his expression earlier makes me happy. A rare bright smile appeared on Fang Hui's face when he recalled the scene earlier. As time went by, more and more people appeared. These people were either the city governors of the other 16 cities, under the Moon Illumination sect, and the young geniuses they brought along, or the young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect found outside. At once, the residential area became lively. However, although Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside, he did not intend to join in the fun. He lay on the bed quietly as his thoughts ran wild. Unknowingly, he thought of his 2 fiancés and the unborn child in their wombs. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were. He thought of Han Xuanai and wondered if that girl was still looking for him. At the same time, he thought of the 3 little fellows, the Ling Tian sect, the overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time passed, he began to recall his past life. That bloody life seemed like a lifetime ago when he recalled it now. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought Emperor Wu was the one who stood at the peak of this world. When I arrived at the Cloud Continent, I found out that what I knew was just a joke. Emperor Wu is just an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He's nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land is very different from the mortal continent. It's really hard to imagine that these 2 places are on the same planet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. That night, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate, but instead had a good sleep. He slept until dawn, until he heard Xionghu calling for him from outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time for us to leave. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Xionghu standing outside waiting for him. Where's teacher and Ling Yin? Teacher and Ling Yin are waiting for you in front. Xionghu replied. When Duan Lingtian left the house, he noticed that many people were leaving their houses one after another. They were walking in groups toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Among these people, there were middle-aged and old people. Most of them were young people. There were both men and women, but less than 1/10 of them were women. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Whether it was on the Cloud Continent or the Dao Martial Saint Land, women were weaker than men in many aspects due to their innate weakness. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who could defeat many male geniuses. However, in comparison, the number of female geniuses was far less than male geniuses. After meeting up with Fang Hui and Ling Yin, Duan Lingtian realized they were the last group. Most of the people were walking in front of them, toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Teacher, why aren't all of you flying? Xionghu asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground obediently. Those young people were not at the Saint Rudiment stage, and above after all. They were more or less restricted by the Moon Illumination Sect's flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had already noticed the flight prohibiting formation yesterday. As soon as they entered the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, they entered the flight prohibiting formation. The sect's flight prohibiting formation is more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill City. One must be a saint stage powerhouse to fly in the sect's sky. Fang Hui explained. Oh, I see. Xionghu finally understood. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also obtained his answer. The flight prohibiting formation is really amazing. Saint Stage. There don't seem to be many Saint Stage powerhouses in the entire Moon Illumination sect. In other words, there are only a few people who can fly in the Moon Illumination sect's sky. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed the flow of people and arrived at a spacious square. There was a towering stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was spacious. It was as big as a football field in Duan Lingtian's past life. Currently, there was an old man and two middle-aged men standing on it. The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man with the old man as their leader. So many people. Duan Lingtian arrived near the stone platform. When he looked around, he realized there were many people there. There were close to 200 people. Excluding the city governors of the 18 cities, there were over 180 people left. They were all young geniuses who came to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. All of them were excited and high-spirited. On average, there were 10 young geniuses in each city. Master, don't you think there are too few people from our Mound Hill city? Also, it seems like there are only 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Xionghu said in confusion. Not all of these young geniuses are from the 18 cities. Feng Hui shook his head and said, more than half of them are young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the sect have recruited outside. They're really desperate to recruit so many young geniuses. Xionghu clicked his tongue. As long as the young geniuses they've recruited pass the assessment and become outer court disciples, they'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points based on the number of people they've recruited. How can they not be desperate? Feng Hui was not surprised at all. Merit points. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had long heard that the merit points from Mound Hill City and the merit points from Moon Illumination sect were the same. Moreover, the things that could be exchanged and the Saint-grade martial tactics that could be borrowed in the Moon Illumination sect were of a higher grade than in Mound Hill City. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rate force. Chapter 1425. Look, it's those fellows from Luojiang City. Xiong Quan's eyes were sharp as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed his gaze and saw the 5 people from Luojiang City standing in the distance with Luo Yi, the city governor, in the lead. Luo Yi seemed to have noticed their gazes as he turned around. When he realized it was them, he narrowed his eyes as a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feng Hui's heart sank when he saw the sneer on Imo Wuji's face. He knew Luo Yi very well, and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He must be plotting something against his 3 disciples, for him to smirk like that. The 3 of you must be careful when you enter the sect. Although the sect does not allow killing at will, if someone really wants to harm you, there are thousands of ways to do so. Feng Hui took a deep breath and reminded Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Yo, isn't this Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar and was getting closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around with a bewildered expression, he saw a young man standing in front of him. This was a young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his entire body emitted a gloomy aura. This aura made one feel uneasy. You're Yi man? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty after he studied the young man in front of him for a while. The young man in front of him was very different from the person in his memory. Therefore, even he did not dare to confirm it. It seems like you have a good memory, Duan Lingtian. You still remember me, Yi man. Why? Guoli didn't come? A cold smirk appeared on the corner of Yi man's mouth, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Yi man was one of the first human martial cultivators that Duan Lingtian met when he arrived near the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, Yi man was with Guoli and Lin Qingrong. He was also the most outstanding disciple from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. His cultivation base was only inferior to Guoli among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guoli and Yi man back to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian appeared out of nowhere. Because Lin Qingrong had limited slots, Yi Man was eliminated according to the rules of survival of the fittest. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Yi Man here. One had to know that Yi Man's strength was inferior to even Guo Li's. Where did his confidence come from? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his Heaven's Eye connection. With just a glance, it caused his heartbeat to accelerate. How is that possible? This Yi Man has actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock and disbelief. He still remembered. A year ago, when he first met Guo Li and Yi Man, both of them were only at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage. Until now, even Guo Li was only at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, this Yi Man, whose innate talent was not as good as Guo Li's, had actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? This Yi Man doesn't seem to have just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his strength has even surpassed Xiao Jue from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian was slightly frightened. Even if it was all of a sudden, he did not dare to say he had full confidence in defeating Yi Man now. Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. A person who had been defeated by him a year ago. A person whom he had the confidence to defeat in a single blow. Now a year later, he possessed a strength that even he feared. What exactly had happened to Yi Man in the past year? He knows Guo Li? Xionghu was a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, he's a friend of yours and Guo Li's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Lingtian. I haven't been able to forget about him for more than a year. Yi Man smiled. His smile was a little cold, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Xionghu also felt that something was amiss. Devil Cultivator? Fang Hui asked with a frown as he glanced at Yi Man in fear. Devil Cultivator? Fang Hui's words made Ling Yin and Xionghu's expressions change slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he only had a shocked expression on his face. When he extended his consciousness into his spatial ring, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet was moving restlessly, as though it had sensed something. At that moment Duan Lingtian confirmed it. Yi Man had fallen into the Devil Dao, and became a Devil Cultivator. If that was the case, everything would be easy to explain. A Devil Cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At this moment, the dread Duan Lingtian had towards Yi Man vanished without a trace. What a joke. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator by activating the Devil Seal tablet, let alone a mere Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator. You must be City Governor Fang from Mound Hill City, right? Yi Man looked at Fang Hui and smiled coldly. City Governor Fang, I was abandoned by your subordinate Lin Qingrong a year ago. Speaking of which, if Lin Qingrong didn't abandon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I've decided, I'll definitely take good care of the people from Mound Hill City, after I join the Moon Illumination sect. At this point, Yi Man's gaze was filled with interest as he sized up Xionghu and Ling Yin, causing Xionghu's expression to change. As for Ling Yin, his expression also turned solemn. Devil cultivators were known for their fast cultivation speed and ruthless character. Even they had to be wary of them. Moreover, they could faintly sense that the devil cultivator before them was so powerful that they could not compare to him. Fang Hui frowned. At that moment, he also sensed that Yi Man was not friendly. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and smiled. Duan Lingtian's reaction stunned Fang Hui and the other two. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was stunned at first, but he could not help but laugh. His laugh was even colder. I'll wait and see. Unfortunately, Guo Li isn't here. It'd be perfect if she was here. Yi Man ignored Duan Lingtian and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he knew it was not the right time to attack Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from joining the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with the city governor of Mound Hill City present. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When Duan Lingtian entered the Moon Illumination sect, would he not be a piece of meat on his chopping board? Senior brother Duan, how did you and Guoli get to know this devil cultivator? Xionghu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian when he saw Yi Man leaving. He could not help but look at him. This matter we have to start from a year ago. Duan Lingtian told him about how he met Lin Qingrong, Guoli, and Yi Man a year ago. He did not even leave out the details of how the three of them interacted with each other. Does this mean Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Feng Hui asked with a frown. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He's like a completely different person compared to back then. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him earlier. The change is too drastic. It seems like he's fallen into the devil Dao for more than a year, and his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Xionghu said with dread on his face. However, does the Moon Illumination sect accept devil cultivators? Xionghu was not the only one looking at Feng Hui. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun were looking at Feng Hui. They were curious about this as well. As long as he's not a devil cultivator who offends the heavens, the sect will never reject him. Not only that, there are many devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui replied. Soon after, Feng Hui regained his senses and said through true energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, although Yi Man wasn't a match for you a year ago, since he's a devil cultivator, he can't be judged by common sense. Perhaps his ability has surpassed yours now. If you encounter him, avoid him if you can. Don't fight him head-on. Feng Hui reminded him patiently. I have a feeling that his ability is even more powerful than Xiao Zhui from Luojiang City. Although he did not probe Yi Man's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic, Feng Hui could roughly determine Yi Man's cultivation base, based on the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage? Xionghu exclaimed. If he's not on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. However, if he's a devil cultivator, it'll be easy for him to enter the Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Hui said as he shook his head. Feng Hui shook his head and said. His words revealed his foresight and wisdom. However, his ability isn't something that Xiao Zhui from Luojiang City can compare to. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. He's so powerful. Xionghu gasped while Ling Yun had a look of dread on his face. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. It was as though his expression would not change, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. To him, regardless of whether Yi Man was a Paramount Mortal Shedding stage devil cultivator, or a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could easily crush him with the Devil Seal tablet that he activated. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. Feng Hui frowned and reminded Duan Lingtian, when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He thought Duan Lingtian had underestimated his opponent. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice that contained true energy resonated. It suppressed the noisy atmosphere at the scene, and temporarily restored peace. It was as though one could hear a pin drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the old man standing on the spacious stone platform. The old man was surrounded by two middle-aged men like stars surrounding the moon. Welcome to our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. What I'm going to say next involves the assessment rules, so I'll make it short. After suppressing the crowd's clamor, the old man continued to say, our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is where we'll perform the spiritual secret tactic to check the participants' age and cultivation base. As long as they're below the age of 40 and have a cultivation base above the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, they'll be able to pass the first stage of the assessment. Chapter 1426. Now that I've introduced the rules, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chong, and I'm the Outer Court Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. The old man said slowly. These rules. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the rules Dong Chong mentioned. Only those below the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, under the age of 40, can pass the first section of the assessment. Although his current combat strength was comparable to an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base could not be hidden from the secret spiritual technique. Senior brother Duan, your cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. According to the old man's rules, doesn't that mean you can't even pass the first section of the assessment? Xionghu frowned and scolded. What kind of stupid rule is this moon illumination sect's entrance assessment? They only look at cultivation base, and not combat strength? Isn't this a scam? Whether it was Xiong Quan or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that although their senior brother Duan's cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, his combat strength was invincible among those below the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yin could not help but frown as well. It would be a huge joke if even senior brother Duan could not pass the moon illumination sect's entrance assessment. Don't worry. Fang Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian and the other two frowning. Duan Lingtian might not pass the first section of the assessment, but it won't be difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the second section of the assessment. The second section of the assessment? Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at Fang Hui in confusion when they heard that. Since Dong Chong had not told them the details of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was. The sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance, so that they won't be neglected. Even if they fail the first section, they'll still be able to join the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Fang Hui said. Fang Hui said, those on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to participate in the second stage of the assessment. Those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who participate in the second stage of the assessment will be the rake. Those who didn't pass the first stage of the assessment will be the target when they participate in the second stage of the assessment. As long as they succeed in the challenge, they'll be considered to have passed the entrance assessment and can directly enter the sect. Fang Hui continued, as for those at the perfection mortal shedding realm who are challenged and defeated, they will lose the opportunity to enter the sect. Fang Hui finished explaining the rules of the entrance examination before Dong Chong did. Whoosh! After Dong Chong finished speaking, all the young geniuses present were in an uproar. Only the 18 city masters, including Fang Hui, were not surprised because they already knew the rules. If that's the case, a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse will be disqualified and lose the qualification to enter the moon illumination sect after being defeated just once. This is too cruel. He was defeated and was not even given a chance. Actually, this is understandable. A person at the perfection mortal shedding realm, who can't even win against someone whose cultivation base is lower than his, has almost no future. However, I don't think such a situation will happen. It's usually impossible for someone whose cultivation base is below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If he's really defeated by someone below the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's because he's not as good as his opponent. He deserves to be disqualified. The surrounding people discussed among themselves and gradually accepted the rules. That's good. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after knowing the content of the second section of the assessment. It was not difficult for him to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the entrance examination of the moon illumination sect officially began under the leadership of Dong Chong, the outer court elder of the moon illumination sect. The young geniuses from the 18 cities under the moon illumination sect, who were recommended by the city masters and recruited by the outer court elders and deacons of the moon illumination sect, ascended the stone platform one after another. 10 of them formed a group and were scrutinized by the two middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The two middle-aged men were the outer court deacons of the moon illumination sect. Naturally, although it looked like they were scrutinizing them, they were actually probing the young genius's age and cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. 36 years old, Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Pass. 34 years old, Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Pass. All the 10 young geniuses in the beginning passed. Don't tell me I'm the only martial cultivator who's not at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, or above among the group of young men present. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly in the face of this result. There should be many martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. As an experienced person, Fang Hui knew much more than Duan Lingtian. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are still many genius martial cultivators who can defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage that I've seen before can only defeat ordinary martial cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage at most. When Fang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, not all martial cultivators are at the same level. Not every martial cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage is as crazy as you who can even defeat someone at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Just like what Fang Hui had said, there were 2 martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the second stage of the assessment. However, they were not discouraged because of this. It was obvious they knew this would happen. Their target was the second stage of the challenge. Only those who were eliminated in the first stage would have a chance to challenge in the second stage. There were more martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses who went up. There were even fewer people in the fourth batch. When the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, Xionghu exclaimed, "It's that boy!" Upon hearing Xionghu's reminder, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stared at the stone platform in front of them. They noticed Yi Man was among the 10 people. Yi Man stood there with a cold aura exuding from his body. He seemed out of place with the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses were intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from him. Devil cultivator? This young man is a devil cultivator. The cultivation speed of devil cultivators has always been heaven-defying. I wonder how old he is this year. And what's his cultivation base? His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's wait and see. Yi Man attracted a lot of attention. More and more people's attention was focused on him. Paramount Mortal Shedding stage at 30 years old. As one of the middle-aged men next to the outer court elder, Dong Chong spoke. The entire place was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man, as expected of a devil cultivator. He's only 30 years old, and he's already broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Amazing. Amazing. He's even more powerful than I imagined. At that moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Yi Man was the first person at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage to appear in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment today. As expected, he became the center of attention. Not only were the 9 young geniuses standing next to him, but even the young geniuses who passed the first stage of the assessment were overshadowed by him. Yi Man stood on the stone platform with his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, his condescending gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're destined to be stepped on by me, Yi Man. Yi Man's true energy voice transmission was extremely arrogant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care at all. His expression remained the same as he glanced at Yi Man indifferently. He did not even bother to talk to him. In his opinion, Yi Man was just a defeated opponent. He was and he would be in the future. How could a defeated opponent be brave enough to speak? Duan Lingtian's attitude made Yi Man's face turn completely grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to ignore him at this moment. For a moment, Yi Man only felt that his anger was about to burst out. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I, Yi Man, swear I'm not human. Yi Man's eyes gleamed ferociously as he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Since Yi Man was at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he was exempted from the second stage of the assessment. He was led to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate by an outer court disciple. Yi Man was also the first person among the group of young geniuses who passed the entrance assessment and became a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. Senior brother Duan, the way Yi Man looked at you was as if he wanted to swallow you whole. How much hatred do you have for him? Although Yi Man's gaze was not directed at him, Xionghu still had goosebumps. To a narrow-minded person, even a small conflict can be regarded as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. How much hatred do you think he has for me? Duan Lingtian asked back. Xionghu was speechless. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife were the greatest hatred in the world. Duan Lingtian, be careful of Yi Man when you enter the sect. There's no kind person among the devil cultivators. Especially since he might have turned into a devil because of you, Feng Hui said with a solemn expression on his face. If an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator falls into the devil Dao because of some obsession, then there are only two paths before him. The first path is to get rid of the obsession and soar. The second path is to fail to get rid of the obsession. If it's light, he'll go through qi deviation. If it's serious, he'll be devoured by the devil qi and die. Feng Hui had done his research on devil cultivators before. After his wife was forced to commit suicide by Lu Huan, he had thought of falling into the devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator in order to avenge her. That was the only way he would have a chance to avenge her. However, his wife seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Before she committed suicide, she left him a message that he must not fall into the devil Dao. Otherwise, she would not be able to die in peace. His wife had died such a horrible death. No matter how much Feng Hui hated her and wanted to avenge her, he could not bear to go against her last words. I've heard about that as well. Chapter 1427. This is the craziness of devil cultivators, and also the terror of devil cultivators. Xionghu's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Archenemy. Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression when he heard Xionghu's words. He's not worthy. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He had the devil seal tablet, and was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. As long as his opponent was not a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, he could easily kill him by activating the devil seal tablet with his current cultivation base. Even if he was a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could still kill him unless he took out the devil seal tablet. The devil seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. It gave Duan Lingtian immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. However, Feng Hui did not know about the devil seal tablet's existence. He quickly reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw that he did not seem to agree with Xionghu's words. Duan Lingtian was his hope. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian, because he underestimated Yi Man Ling Yun looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He saw immense confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an unshakable confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan is relying on to look down on Yi Man. Although Ling Yun could see some clues, it would never cross his mind that the devil seal tablet in the 10 great saint weapons ranking would be in Duan Lingtian's hands. The first stage of the assessment continued. After Yi Man, many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators appeared. However, they were all over 35 years old. Their potential could not be compared to Yi Man's. Those guys from Luojiang City have gone up as well. Xionghu's sharp eyes saw the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhui, going up the stone platform. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. After activating his divine eye, he could easily see the other 3 people apart from Xiao Zhui. 2 of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage, while the other was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhui was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first stage of the assessment, but he did not even need to participate in the second stage of the assessment. He passed the entrance assessment directly and became an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, 2 perfection mortal shedding realm cultivators passed the first stage of the assessment, while the mastery mortal shedding realm cultivator failed. Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, was prepared for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Among the 4 young geniuses of Luojiang City, Xiao Zhui left with the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple, while the two perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators stayed on the stone platform, while the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi's side. It's the people of Mound Hill City's turn. Luo Yi looked at the people from Mound Hill City, including Duan Lingtian, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Now only the last group of people, including Duan Lingtian, Xionghu and Ling Yin, had yet to go on stage. They were in the 19th group. There were only 7 people in this group. What? He's only at the late stage of the immortal shedding stage? How's that possible? How's that possible? Luo Yi was dumbstruck when the result of Duan Lingtian and the rest's investigation came out. It was not only Luo Yi. Even the young genius from Luojiang City next to him was dumbstruck. The young genius from Mound Hill City, who had defeated Xiao Zhui, was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him? Oh my god. Was he dreaming? The two perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators from Luojiang City on the stone platform were petrified. Yesterday, they had witnessed the battle where Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Zhui with their own eyes. Xiao Zhui was the #1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Before this, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Apart from the group from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it strange. After all, among the 187 people who participated in the entrance assessment, 55 of them were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining 132 people were on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above. Among them, there were 12 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. The 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators stood on the stone platform, waiting for the second part of the assessment to begin. Below the stone platform, most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were rubbing their palms as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators on the stone platform one by one, choosing their target to challenge. At this moment, they would definitely look for targets that they were confident in defeating. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. If they failed, they would have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Success or failure would depend on this battle. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became somewhat heavy. Almost all the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who dared to come here were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have come. Therefore, although the 120 young people on the stone platform were on the perfection mortal shedding stage, some of them were extremely anxious because they had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of true energy. They only had a slight advantage in terms of the number of saint veins in their bodies. How's this possible? How's it possible that he's only on the mastery mortal shedding stage? Is there something wrong with the spiritual secret tactic? The 4 people from Luojiang City kept their eyes on Duan Lingtian as they muttered to themselves. They still could not believe that the young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Now, everyone below the stone platform, please stand on the right side. The left side is reserved for the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage, who have left the stone platform after being defeated. On the spacious stone platform, the outer court elder, Dong Chong, announced loudly. At once, everyone moved to the right side, leaving a large empty space on the left side. I'll tell you the details of the second part of the assessment now. The young geniuses who have been eliminated in the first part of the assessment can go up to the stone platform and choose your opponent. As long as you defeat your opponent, you'll pass our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Of course, everyone who goes up to the stone platform can't choose to challenge the young geniuses from the same city. I hope everyone can understand. This is to prevent situations where people give way to each other. Also, any young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who are defeated won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're younger than 40 years old after 5 years, you can participate in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chang's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. Once the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage on the stone platform were defeated, they would not be able to join the Moon Illumination sect. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were nervous when they heard what he said. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't even entered the perfection mortal shedding stage. Why are you worried that you can't defeat them? That's right. If we can't even defeat these guys below the stone platform, we'll really embarrass the perfection mortal shedding stage. I'm confident that I can defeat anyone below the perfection mortal shedding stage anyway. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were confident as well. They felt the young geniuses below the stone platform, who were eliminated in the first stage, were no match for them. When the second stage of the assessment begins, the young geniuses below the stone platform will ascend the high platform one by one. If you're successful, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. If you fail, you'll have to go to the left area as well. Dong Chong continued. The left area was empty. There was nobody there at the moment. Those who failed would have to go there to identify themselves. Now, I announce that the second stage of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong's words left his mouth, a young genius below the stone platform flew up to the stone platform immediately. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage one by one. I challenge you. Soon, he chose his target, a young genius who was similar in age to him. However, he was defeated in less than 10 moves. How unlucky. I can't believe I picked a tough one. After being defeated, the young genius on the mastery mortal shedding stage smiled wryly. He was willing to admit his defeat and jumped off the high platform to stand in the left area. There was only one person left in the elimination area on the left. Subsequently, the young geniuses flew up to the stone platform one by one. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he discovered that these young geniuses were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. None of them were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. That's right. If you're not on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it's almost impossible for you to pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange at all. As time passed, the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the stone platform in high spirits and challenged the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up. However, all of them failed without exception. It's impossible for those on the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat us on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat as many as there are. On the stone platform, the group of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to be defeated were in high spirits. At that moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform went up. The defeat of the 23 people in front of them had affected their fighting spirit to a certain extent. The mastery mortal shedding stage is just a lowly ant. Ants should be trampled under our feet and never be able to turn the tables. A green-clad young man with an enchanting face and a sharp voice glanced at all the young geniuses below the stone platform in disdain. Ants should be trampled under your feet? Never be able to turn the tables? When the group of young geniuses below the stone platform were enraged, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He smirked and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot up the stone platform. Chapter 1428. Come, step on me, so that I'll never be able to turn the tables. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, as he stood on the stone platform, and looked at the green-clad young man, who had challenged him earlier. The green-clad young man with an enchanting face obviously did not expect someone to step onto the stone platform because of what he said. He was stunned for a moment before he stepped out with a mocking smile on his face. It's good to be confident. However, overconfidence is arrogance. Do you think you're different from the 23 people who went up earlier? Do you think you can defeat me and pass the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment? The green-clad young man said sarcastically in a sharp voice. Boy, don't say that I look down on you. I don't even take a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you seriously. I'm flattering you by calling you an ant. In my eyes, you're just a pile of mud. The green-clad young man mocked Duan Lingtian in an unbridled manner. His words were not polite at all. It's impossible for a mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. No matter how many people come up, they're just asking to be humiliated. Do you really think we're all perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses? The difference in cultivation base is destined to determine the difference in strength. The group of perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses on the high platform looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain. They did not think there was any difference between Duan Lingtian and the 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who went up earlier. In their opinion, this purple-clad young man would definitely end up like the 23 young geniuses. He was destined to fail the challenge and have no fate with the Moon Illumination Sect. Naturally, there were 4 perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses who were the exception. They were Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and the 2 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Below the high platform, apart from the city governor of Mound Hill City, the city governor of Luojiang City, and the young genius on the mastery mortal shedding stage from Luojiang City, the rest of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. The city governor of Mound Hill City knew Duan Lingtian very well. He knew very well about Duan Lingtian's strength. The city governor of Luojiang City and the young genius next to him had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength yesterday. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse could compare to. Mud? Hearing the green-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian laughed instead of getting angry. Then I'm very curious. What kind of expression will you have when you're defeated by mud? You're even worse than mud. What are you? Stop dreaming. What you said will never happen. The young man in green said with disdain. A pile of mud like you. I can defeat you in at most 3 moves. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. He then took a step forward. He didn't wait for the green-clothed young man to make the first move. Silver shirt. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's body flashed with a layer of faint silver light, as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Because of the 52 saint veins carrying the true qi, all of this happened in an instant. At the instant his body was suffused with a silver light, Duan Lingtian had already stomped on the ground and shot towards the green-clad young man like a cannonball. His physical strength that was boosted by the silver shirt was completely unleashed, and his true qi was released without reservation. Even without using his movement technique, Duan Lingtian's speed was still frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the green-clothed youth. The green-clothed youth's expression changed slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. It was apparent that he did not expect a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to be so fast. Even if he gave it his all and used his movement technique, his speed would only be this fast. Being fast doesn't mean that your attack is powerful. Now, I'll show you the difference between the mastery mortal shedding stage and the perfection mortal shedding stage. How dare a speck of light compete with the moon? The green-clothed young man roared in a low voice as he moved to intercept Duan Lingtian. He shook the folding fan in his hand, and it was instantly covered with a layer of true qi. He then swept towards Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to take this attack of mine. The air was torn apart like paper wherever the folding fan passed. The fan light was swift and swept towards Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian took out the sun-shooting bow and shot an arrow. His body and arrow synchronization disappeared from the green-clothed youth's sight in just a blink of an eye. Impossible. The green-clothed youth's eyes shrunk. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He felt that the purple-clad youth at the mastery mortal shedding stage seemed to have disappeared from his sight without a trace. He could not catch a glimpse of him at all. Nothing's impossible. Subsequently, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Although the voice was calm, it scared him out of his wits. When did he run to the back? As soon as the green-clothed youth had this thought, he felt a majestic force pressing on his back like a giant hammer. It made him feel as though he was being crushed by a mountain. In the next second, he felt his body tremble. His internal organs were in turmoil. Subsequently, his body flew out of his control, as though he was riding on clouds. Boom! The green-clothed youth fell off the stage, not far away from the 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage, who were eliminated. He was still in high spirits a moment ago, but he was now covered in dust. The 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage, who were eliminated, were already humiliated. Now that they saw the green-clothed youth, who was the most arrogant, was defeated, they gloated. You said that we mastery mortal shedding stage are ants and mud. Now it seems like you're worse than ants and mud. Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you get eliminated in the end? Who told you to underestimate us mastery mortal shedding stage? Are you dumbfounded? The 23 young geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage mocked the green-clothed youth one after another. Currently, most of the people on and off the stage had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Even the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the other 2 outer court deacons were dumbfounded. It was apparent that the scene earlier had shocked them as well. He defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Was this really done by a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Amazing! I have some impression of him. He was standing next to City Governor Fang Hui of Mound Hill City earlier. It seems like he's a young genius from Mound Hill City. Among the young geniuses from Mound Hill City, I only know that Su Qi from Mound Hill City is very powerful. Could he be Su Qi? He's not Su Qi. I heard that Su Qi was taken away by Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, half a year ago. Su Qi must be an inner court disciple now. I can't believe the city governor of Mound Hill City got such a monster after losing Su Qi. The other 16 city governors were also discussing among themselves. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Fang Hui. Fang Hui could not help but feel a little smug. Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at the purple figure on the stone platform. It's too fake. Impossible. Even if a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator can defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, it's impossible for him to defeat him in such an exaggerated way. I know now. That fella must have let him win on purpose. I knew it. That fella mocked the purple-clad young man so much just now. It's just a facade. His goal is to let the purple-clad young man win. I strongly request that both of them be eliminated. That's right. Eliminate both of them. Many young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage on the stone platform snapped back to their senses after being stunned for a moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Naturally, there were also many young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who were quite powerful who noticed something. His speed is too fast. That speed. Is it something that someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage can do? Even I, who's already at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, can't compare to him in terms of speed. If he's really on the mastery mortal shedding stage, isn't that too insane? These were all young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage, who had good judgment, and were quite powerful. The green-clad young man finally stood up after consuming the healing pill. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. How dare you eliminate me, Deng Yu? You're dead. You're dead. Although Deng Yu knew his opponent was far weaker than Duan Lingtian after the battle earlier, it did not change his mind. However, this did not affect his hatred for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had eliminated him and destroyed his dream of entering the Moon Illumination sect. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I'm already 37 years old this year. 5 years later, when the Moon Illumination sect holds the entrance assessment again, I'll be over 40 years old and won't be qualified to participate. Deng Yu looked at one of the middle-aged men next to Dong Chong. His true energy voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. Uncle, you must have a way. You must have a way, right? Little you, I'm just an outer court deacon. I don't have the authority to recruit those who've been eliminated into the sect. The middle-aged man was one of the two outer court deacons next to Dong Chong. His name was Deng Wei. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Deng Yu's face was filled with unwillingness. Little you, don't worry. Although I can't let you join the sect, it won't be difficult for me to avenge you. Even if this brat from Mound Hill City enters the Moon Illumination sect, I won't let him live for long. Destroying you is equivalent to destroying our Deng clan's future. I won't let him go. Deng Wei said through true energy voice transmission as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. That's right. Kill him. Kill him. The unwillingness on Deng Yu's face faded away gradually when he heard Deng Wei's words. Duan Lingtian glanced at Deng Yu nonchalantly. He was not interested in looking at him anymore. Instead, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I should be considered to have passed the entrance assessment, right? Yes. Yes. Dong Chong finally regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not regain his senses for a long time after witnessing the earlier scene. Then, a Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple went up the stone platform, preparing to take Duan Lingtian away. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Little fellow, I'm interested in taking you as my direct disciple. Are you willing? The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier made him want to cherish him. Whoosh. Chapter 1429. Who was Dong Chong? He was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was only an outer court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was only second to the Supreme Elder, the sect leader, the vice sect leader, and some inner court elders. At once, the eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it! Deng Yu's expression changed drastically. Deng Wei, who was standing next to Dong Chong, had a grave expression on his face. Earlier, he had promised his nephew that he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. However, his immediate superior, Elder Dong Chong, wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. If Duan Lingtian really became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would not dare to act recklessly, even if he was given 10 guts. Although he could make a move secretly, it would be fine if he succeeded. However, if he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Elder Dong Chong, thank you for your kindness. However, I don't plan to take you as my master for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and said. The people who were shocked by Dong Chong taking the initiative to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple were petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This brat really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. Elder Dong Chong taking him as his disciple means he thinks highly of him. I can't believe he rejected it. Many people scolded. They thought Duan Lingtian had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. How despicable. Deng Yu's eyes gleamed brightly. He was relieved that Duan Lingtian had rejected Dong Chong's offer. Deng Wei's heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. As long as this purple-clad young man did not become Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would be a piece of meat on his chopping board, if he had the chance in the future. Perhaps he might not even have to make a move. Elder Lu Huan's people. They won't let the people from Mound Hill City go easily. Deng Wei thought to himself with a sinister smile. Dong Chong was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's direct rejection. When he regained his senses, he smiled awkwardly. I've been rude. May I know your name, little friend? Little friend. When everyone saw that not only was Dong Chong not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection, but he even addressed Duan Lingtian as little friend, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, shouldn't Elder Dong Chong be the one to forcefully deprive this purple-clad young man of his opportunity to enter the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't expect Dong Chong to be so easy to talk to. He immediately responded with a smile. At the same time, he had a good impression of Dong Chong. Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Then, He looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple next to Duan Lingtian. Bring Duan Lingtian to report to the outer court. Yes. The outer court disciple responded. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian away from the stone platform and headed to the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. When Duan Lingtian followed the outer court disciple, he turned his head to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City and nodded at him. Then, he looked at Ling Yin and Xiong Hu. I'll wait for you guys in the outer court, Duan Lingtian said to both of them through true energy voice transmission. Both of them nodded. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Yin and Xiong Hu's strength very well. Therefore, he was certain they would pass the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become outer court disciples. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea. After he left the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment, 2 dark horses appeared among the remaining 30 over young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. They defeated 2 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. These 2 dark horses successfully passed the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and became outer court disciples. Junior brother Duan, I can't believe you're so powerful when your cultivation base is only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. This is really shocking. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple could not help but exclaim when he brought Duan Lingtian to the outer court area. Duan Lingtian smiled but did not reply. At this moment, he did not know how to continue the conversation. What's more unexpected is that Elder Dong Chong actually publicly accepted you as his direct disciple. Junior brother Duan, you're right to reject Elder Dong Chong. With your innate talent and strength, it's not impossible for you to be accepted as a direct disciple by an inner court elder, as long as you stand out in the sect. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple, who was walking in front of Duan Lingtian, continued. As an outer court elder, Elder Dong Chong's position in the sect is only higher than the inner court deacons. Compared to the inner court elders, his position is still slightly lower. Do you think I rejected Elder Dong Chong because I want to become an inner court elder's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect that his rejection of Elder Dong Chong would be interpreted as him looking down on Elder Dong Chong in the eyes of this person. Isn't that the case? The outer court disciple asked back. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've never thought of becoming an inner court elder's disciple. Junior brother Duan, your goal is really ambitious. I hope you'll succeed. The outer court disciple sighed emotionally. Ambitious? Duan Lingtian was stunned. You know my goal? Of course. The outer court disciple nodded. Since your goal isn't to become an inner court elder's disciple, then you must want to become the vice sect leader, or even supreme elder's disciple. However, junior brother Duan, I have to remind you of something. If your innate talent isn't too monstrous, the vice sect leader, and supreme elder won't accept you as their disciple. It's the same even if you can defeat opponents with a higher level. They value long-term innate talent more than temporary strength. The outer court disciple explained patiently to Duan Lingtian. It seemed as though he was trying his best to persuade him. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. In this guy's eyes, Duan Lingtian, had become someone who sucked up to the rich and powerful? At this moment, he was too lazy to explain himself. At this moment, the more he explained, the worse it would get. Under the outer court disciple's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the outer court area of the Moon Illumination sect and received the personal token of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple. As for the uniform, there was no requirement for him to wear a uniform. Duan Lingtian had noticed this long ago. Whether it was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder Dong Chong, the other 2 outer court deacons, or the outer court disciple, all of them were wearing casual clothes. However, there was an eye-catching token hanging on their waistbands. It was the Moon Illumination sect's identity token. On the personal token that Duan Lingtian received, other than the words outer court disciple on the front, there were 3 new words carved on the back: his name. Junior brother Duan, I'll bring you to the outer court disciple's residence now. After the outer court disciple greeted Duan Lingtian, he brought him to the outer court disciple's residence. Senior brother Yang, I heard from my teacher that the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples' residence is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The stronger one's ability, the better one's residence is. The weaker one's ability, the worse one's residence is. On the way, Duan Lingtian asked, "Is that so?" During this journey, Duan Lingtian had become more familiar with this outer court disciple. He even learned his name, Yang He. Yang He had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. He was 43 years old this year, and his cultivation base had already entered the paramount mortal shedding stage. That's right. Yang He nodded. The outer court disciples' residence is divided into 3 levels. The best is the independent courtyard. Not only are there quiet rooms to cultivate, but there's also a spacious courtyard to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The second is the independent stone house. The environment is much worse compared to the independent courtyard. Moreover, there's no place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The outer court disciples who stay there can only cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic in the training field. The worst is the independent wooden house. Among the wooden houses, the ones that were recently repaired are still fine. However, some of them haven't been repaired for a long time. They'll leak every time it rains. Yang He told Duan Lingtian about the different levels of the outer court disciples' residence in one breath. Independent courtyard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. He had a goal in mind. Although he did not have to worry about not having a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, even if he stayed in a stone house, that was slightly worse than an independent courtyard. The 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could provide him with a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, since the best was available, it was only natural that he wanted the best. Junior brother Duan, don't tell me you're thinking about the independent courtyard? Yang He's ears were sharp. He could not help but ask with his eyes wide open when he heard Duan Lingtian's muttering. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw how surprised Yang He was. Of course there's a problem. Yang He smiled wryly. Junior brother Duan, do you know? Although I've broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage 6 months ago, I'm still no match for the weakest person in the independent courtyard until now. The residents of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples could be forcefully occupied with their strength. If one was more powerful than him, one could replace him. This rule was exactly the same as the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Those who were more powerful would live in a better environment, while those who were weaker would live in a worse environment. Are there very few independent courtyards? Duan Lingtian asked. He did not expect Yang He, who had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago, and was already at the paramount mortal shedding stage, would not live in an independent courtyard. There are a total of 100 of them, Yang He replied. There are 100 of them. 100? That many? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There are so many independent courtyards, but you can't even get one. 100 of them isn't considered many. Yang He smiled wryly. Every 5 years, the sect will recruit outer court disciples from the outside. Every time they recruit, there will be over 100 of them. After 5 years, it would be considered good if half of these outer court disciples can pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples. Among these outer court disciples, many of them have been stuck at the paramount mortal shedding stage for 10, 15, or even 20 years due to various reasons. Since they can't break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and can't pass the inner court assessment, they're still in the outer court until now. The older ones among these senior brothers and senior sisters in the outer court are even close to 100 years old. Yang He sighed. Close to 100 years old? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what Yang He said. Yes. Yang He nodded. There's a rule in the sect. If you can't enter the inner court after 100 years old, you'll be expelled from the sect. Naturally, there are many outer court disciples who left the sect before 100 years old, because they know it's hopeless for them to enter the inner court. Chapter 1430. The journey of the martial Tao was like sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. For many martial and Dao cultivators with good innate talent and high comprehension, breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was only a matter of time. On the other hand, martial and Dao cultivators with mediocre innate talent and low comprehension might not be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage for the rest of their lives. The outer court disciples' residences have always been fixed at 100 independent courtyards and 300 independent stone houses. As for the independent wooden houses, the number is not fixed. Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples' residences from Yanghe. According to Yanghe, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples, who could stay in 100 independent courtyards, were the best among the paramount mortal shedding stage. As for those who could stay in 300 independent stone houses, almost half of them were on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from that, there were also some outer court disciples who were at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed He to somewhere near the outer court disciples' residences. What entered his eyes was a vast martial arts practice field. Behind the training field were the residences with distinct levels. The ones closest to the training field were the wooden houses that were very close to each other. Some of the wooden houses were old, and some were new. The old ones looked like they would collapse at any time. The outer court disciples who stay in the wooden houses are the weaker ones. However, the weakest outer court disciples who stay there are on the perfection mortal shedding stage, He said. The wooden house area is the closest to the training field, so it's relatively noisier. The stone house area is behind the wooden house area, so it's relatively better. However, you can still hear what's going on in the training field. The small courtyard area is behind the stone house area. It's also the quietest area. You can barely hear anything from the training field. He finished his sentence in one breath. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked over and saw rows of stone houses behind the rows of wooden houses. There were independent courtyards far behind the stone houses. There was an exquisite house in each of the courtyards. The courtyards were filled with flowers and plants. It was refreshing. Independent courtyards. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's desire for independent courtyards grew even stronger. He was determined to live in one of the independent courtyards. In the spacious outer court martial arts practice field, there were many outer court disciples practicing the saint grade martial tactic. Some of the outer disciples were even sparring with each other. However, when it came to exchanging pointers, they would stop at a certain point. As a seventh-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect had strict rules. Within the sect, killing and maiming were forbidden. Of course, the maiming here referred to injuries that couldn't be healed even with the use of healing pills. Duan Lingtian had been lucky enough to obtain an immortal spirit herb that could regrow a severed arm and leg. However, it was a legendary medicinal herb after all. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, it was still extremely rare. Even the highest grade 9-star Saint tier healing pills did not have the ability to regrow a severed arm and a severed leg. Ha ha ha. This should be the junior brother, who just passed the entrance exam, right? He, aren't you going to introduce us? A voice resonated and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 people walking towards him. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man were 2 young men, who were his followers. The middle-aged man who was the leader was laughing out loud. Damn it! He's got his eyes on us. He's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the middle-aged man who had arrived in front of him, and Duan Lingtian, and greeted him respectfully. Senior Brother Tsengji. Duan Lingtian, this is Senior Brother Tsengji. Senior Brother Tsengji's strength is ranked at the 85th position among us outer court disciples. After greeting the middle-aged man, He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him. After introducing him, he secretly said to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, this Tsengji is an outer court disciple who lives in an independent courtyard. His cultivation base is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He joined the sect 20 years ago, so he's considered a veteran in the outer court district of the sect. He often extorts saint stones from outer court disciples below the paramount mortal shedding stage. If he asks you for saint stones later, just pretend to be poor and give him some as a token of appreciation. If you give him too much, he'll target you again. Yang He's tone was mixed with a bit of fear towards Xingji. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian glanced at Xingji and greeted him nonchalantly. Senior brother Xingji. You're Duan Lingtian? What an arrogant name. Judging by your name, you must be from an extraordinary background. You must have a lot of saint stones with you, right? Since you've just joined the sect, you must be sensible and be filial to us, your senior brothers. Understand? Xingji said meaningfully as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was an eye-opener for him to be able to describe extortion in such a dignified manner. Understand what? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly, as if he really did not understand. Duan Lingtian. Yang He did not expect Duan Lingtian to not only ignore him, but he even pretended to be dumb in front of Xingji. His expression changed immediately, as a worried expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent was good. However, Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he could defeat an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to be compared to an outer court disciple, who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage like Xingji. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to suffer a great loss. Pretended to be dumb? As expected, Xingji's face turned completely gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, Boy, in the past 20 years, I've met many people like you who had just joined the sect and were reckless. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Let me tell you. Every one of them, including the ones who were in the best condition, were bedridden for an entire month. Xingji's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. A terrifying aura rose from his body all of a sudden and swept out toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. You're telling me this? Are you trying to tell me that you haven't become an inner court disciple even after 20 years in the sect? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Boom. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a bolt of lightning that shocked Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Xingji. Even Xingji was dumbfounded. Not being able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple after 20 years in the sect. This had always been the biggest pain in Xingji's heart. It was the biggest scar in his heart. He did not expect that someone would dare to reopen his scar today. Moreover, the person who reopened his scar was a hothead who had just entered the sect. Boy, if I don't make you bedridden for 3 months, Xingji, swear I'm not human. Before Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Xingji could react, Xingji said with a solemn expression. He was practically shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. His voice rumbled like thunder in the sky above the training field, causing the group of outer court disciples in the training field to stop what they were doing and look over. It's senior brother Xingji. Judging from senior brother Xingji's tone, it seems like someone has angered him. In the outer court, other than those senior brothers and senior sisters, whom senior brother Xingji can't afford to offend, nobody dares to anger senior brother Xingji. This guy who angered senior brother Xingji must have just entered the sect today. Haha. Looks like this hothead is in for a bad time. Let's go. Let's go and join in the fun. One by one, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian. Did I say something wrong? In the face of the enraged Xingji, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. He did not seem to realize that Xingji had almost lost his mind. Both of you, keep an eye on Yang He. If he dares to make a move, make him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. As for this boy, I'll teach him a lesson, Xingji said to the two outer court disciples behind him. When he reached the end of his sentence, his sharp gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. He was filled with rage. Senior brother Tsung, Duan Lingtian did not mean to offend you. Please have mercy on him. Horror dawned on Yang He's face. He was the one who brought Duan Lingtian in. If something happened to him, although he would not be punished, he would feel uneasy. Yang He, you can't even protect yourself, and you still care about others? That's right. If you dare to make a move, don't blame us for being impolite. The two outer court disciples stepped out from behind Sengji and blocked Yang He's path on both sides as they sneered. Yang He's face was extremely grave. Duan Lingtian, if only you didn't reject Elder Dong Chong and become his direct disciple. At the very least, if you become Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, Sengji won't dare to touch you as long as I say so. Yang He's heart was filled with bitterness. There was nothing he could do about Duan Lingtian's current predicament. He could only hope that Sengji would show mercy, but he also knew that it was impossible. Duan Lingtian's words had violated Sengji's taboo and completely enraged him. It had been 5 years since he entered the Moon Illumination sect, but this was his first time seeing Sengji so enraged. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples on the training field had also surrounded them. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Sengji, who were confronting each other, as though they were watching a good show. This brat is really bold. He dares to offend senior brother Sengji as soon as he entered the sect. There are close to 1,000 outer court disciples, and senior brother Sengji's strength is ranked 85th. This brat who just entered the sect is seeking death by offending senior brother Sengji. He'll soon find out why the flowers are so red. Mocking gazes landed on Duan Lingtian one after another. It was apparent that the group of outer court disciples who were watching did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to gain an advantage over Sengji. Looks like you've accumulated some prestige after staying in the outer court for 20 years. At the very least, they think you're going to defeat me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at Sengji. You're seeking death. Chapter 1431. Duan Lingtian stood still like a mountain in the face of Sengji, who was charging at him like a lightning bolt. Is he scared out of his wits? The group of outer court disciples who were watching thought Duan Lingtian had forgotten to dodge when they saw Sengji approaching Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian did not move at all. His strength is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It's indeed extraordinary. At the very least, he's stronger than Xiao Zhui from Luojiang City and Su Qi from half a year ago. Nobody thought Duan Lingtian still had the time to think about other things when he was facing Sengji's lightning-fast attack. After Sengji arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, he punched out his fist. With a whoosh sound, it shot toward Duan Lingtian's abdomen like a rocket launcher. It set off a gust of wind and thunder wherever it passed. There were rules in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade killing and maiming. Therefore, Sengji's punch did not hit Duan Lingtian's vital parts. His goal was to make Duan Lingtian lie in bed for 3 months. Moreover, to make a person lie in bed for 3 months without crippling them was undoubtedly a technical skill. Sengji's eyes were red as he punched out like a collapsing mountain. His true energy was like a dragon as he charged toward Duan Lingtian's abdomen. In his opinion, this punch was enough to send this hothead who had just entered the sect flying. This is just the beginning, Sengji thought to himself with hatred. At this moment, he was extremely enraged. He vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. Great! Duan Lingtian did not dodge Sengji who was charging at him menacingly, because he did not want to. Although Sengji's strength was not weak, he might still be able to fight him if he gave it his all. However, even if he gave it his all, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Sengji. If he did not rely on the strange pupil, he would only be able to fight Sengji to a draw at most. But now he had other ideas. He planned to activate the strange pupil without holding back, and use its unpredictable spatial teleportation ability to defeat Sengji and intimidate the other outer court disciples. When Sengji's punch was about to land on him, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he had long accumulated in his mind surged into his left eye without any reservation as he activated the strange pupil with all his might. In an instant, a small black vortex appeared in Duan Lingtian's left eye. The black vortex spun rapidly like a bottomless pool with no end in sight. If anyone noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's left eye, they would definitely be lost in the black vortex. It wasn't just their eyes. Even their consciousness could be swallowed by it. Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil without holding back. In his left eye's vision, Xing Ji's fist became extremely slow, as if it had stopped moving. With a single thought from Duan Lingtian, Xing Ji's fist instantly disappeared from its original position and shifted to Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil relaxed. Boom, 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 boom. Xing Ji's fist brushed past Duan Lingtian's robe, setting off a series of thunderous explosions. But it did not touch Duan Lingtian at all. How is this possible? This strange scene caused Xing Ji's expression to change drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. While Xing Ji was still in shock and disbelief, Duan Lingtian struck out with lightning speed, mimicking Xing Ji's punch, setting off the sound of wind and thunder as it landed heavily on Xing Ji's abdomen. He was giving Xing Ji a taste of his own medicine. Xing Ji's body was brought forward by the momentum of the punch. It was as if he had taken the initiative to meet Duan Lingtian's punch head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, Xing Ji let out a muffled groan. His body trembled and shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was as if his body was no longer under his control. As Xing Ji flew out, Duan Lingtian did not show any mercy and quickly followed after him. When Xing Ji's body was about to hit the ground after flying for tens of meters, Duan Lingtian kicked Xing Ji's back with lightning speed, sending him flying. Xing Ji, who had been holding back a mouthful of congested blood because of the punch earlier, was unwilling to spit it out. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. It was to the extent that the turbulence that came from his internal organs caused him to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood after spitting out the first mouthful. At the same time, Xing Ji's body shot up into the air like a rocket. Bang! With another loud bang, Duan Lingtian stomped his feet on the ground, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the ground. Then he used the force to shoot up and chased after Xing Ji, who was in the air. Xing Ji's expression changed when he heard the sound of wind whistling from below. He realized what kind of situation he was in. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly swallowed a healing elixir. After recovering some of his injuries, he quickly moved his hands and feet to turn around in the air. You're courting death. Xing Ji did not have time to think about why his punch had deviated. At this moment, he was fully focused on Duan Lingtian, who was shooting up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His legs rotated like a windmill, and he used the force to dive down. At this moment, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Xing Ji's hand. With a shake of the long spear, the tip of the spear flashed fiercely, as if it could pierce through the sky. Then, it swept down toward Duan Lingtian, as if it wanted to crush Duan Lingtian with one strike. The long spear in Xing Ji's hand was naturally not an ordinary weapon. This was a human-tier high-grade saint artifact. Even though Xing Ji was heavily injured and could not display the power of his peak condition, the spear still created a gust of wind. Its might was unstoppable. Bang! Xing Ji's heart skipped a beat. It was as though he could already see the purple-clad young man being crushed by him. However, he was shocked to find that a strange scene appeared again. The spear that was supposed to land on Duan Lingtian strangely appeared beside Duan Lingtian again. The powerful attack brushed past Duan Lingtian's robe again. His entire body was exposed to Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps it was an accident this time. However, was it really an accident this time? Who the hell are you? Xing Ji was terrified. He was completely terrified. He looked at the purple-clad young man, who was getting closer and closer. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart. The same strange thing had happened twice, but he could not figure out the reason behind it. He could not help but be afraid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ghost in his eyes. Bang! With another punch, Duan Lingtian sent Xing Ji flying into the air again. Although there was a flight-prohibiting formation above the moon illumination sex estate that prevented him from flying, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch up to Xing Ji quickly. I admit defeat. What are you trying to do? Xing Ji spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again. He was so injured that he no longer had the will to fight. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian catching up to him. Currently, he no longer dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. What a joke! His attack could not even touch Duan Lingtian. Although my spiritual energy has become much stronger after I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I can only activate the strange pupil twice at most. It's very difficult. Duan Lingtian felt dizzy when he caught up to Tsengji. It was a sign that his spiritual energy had been drained. He did not doubt it at all. If Tsengji attacked him now, he would not be able to block it at all. Apart from the dizziness, he felt his limbs were weak and powerless. At this moment he could not attack Tsengji anymore. He could only step on Tsengji's body and fall from the sky. Tsengji sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian did not attack him. However, a moment later, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. He was getting closer to the ground, but Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping him from falling. Horror dawned on his face. Boom! Boom! Although he was severely injured, he did not hesitate at all. He threw 2 punches at the ground nearby, stirring up 2 rolling airwaves that slammed onto the ground. The 2 rebounding forces slowed down his falling speed. At this moment, Tsengji was completely exhausted. He allowed his body to smash onto the ground, stirring up dust. He sighed in relief when he felt the pain coming from every part of his body. Fortunately, he had thrown 2 punches earlier. Otherwise, he would be the first outer court disciple to fall to his death in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian landed next to Tsengji and looked down at him from above. His eyes were cold and emotionless. I admit defeat. Tsengji was completely terrified now. He struggled to speak with the last of his strength. Gasp! At the same time, the group of outer court disciples who were watching finally regained their senses from the shock earlier. They burst into an uproar. The scene earlier was still vivid in their minds. Tsengji had been in the sect for 20 years. His cultivation base was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was beaten up by an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect. They would not have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Am I seeing things? I'm not dreaming, am I? Isn't this too exaggerated? Many outer court disciples rubbed their eyes. Some even pinched their thighs hard. They only realized they were not dreaming when they felt the pain. Yang He was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not expect him to be this powerful. He had defeated Tsengji with his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Although he also felt that the scene just now was inconceivable, the truth was right in front of him. Tsengji himself had admitted defeat. So even if he didn't dare to believe it, it was still the truth, an ironclad truth. I'll take your independent courtyard. Do you have any objections? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked down at Tsengji. He was relying on his willpower to support himself. Otherwise, he would have collapsed like Tsengji since his spiritual energy was almost depleted. And no objections. Tsengji tried hard to shake his head, but he realized he could not move at all. He could only reply in a hoarse voice with a bitter expression. Senior brother Yang He, please bring me to the independent courtyard where he stayed before. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 2 outer court disciples that were originally following behind Tsengji, scaring them to the point their faces went pale. After continuously retreating a few steps, his gaze descended onto Yang He. All right. Chapter 1432. Duan Lingtian noticed. After he defeated Tsengji, Yang He's attitude toward him had changed completely. He was now humble. Although it was not to the extent of groveling, he was no longer as casual as before. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head. He was not surprised at all. The Tao Martial Saint Land had always been about the strong ones being respected. The strength he displayed was enough to intimidate the Moon Illumination sect's outer court and make all the outer court disciples fear him. This was also his purpose. Otherwise, he would not have risked exhausting his spiritual energy to use the strange pupil twice. He did that to establish his authority. Putting aside the fact that he was new here, it was easy for people to look down on him. Even the enmity between his teacher the city governor of Mount Hill City, Feng Hui, and the inner court elder, Lu Huan, forced him to do this. If he did not establish his authority earlier, would there not be a group of outer court disciples who would take the initiative to provoke him just to suck up to Lu Huan? Although this would not solve the problem once and for all, it was still much better than before. At the very least, after establishing his authority today, there would not be more than 100 outer court disciples who would dare to provoke him in the future. This was his purpose. As senior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. After sending Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard where Tsingji stayed, Yang He changed his way of addressing him in a timely manner. He no longer dared to address Duan Lingtian as junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than him, in the Dao martial saint land, one's strength was more important than one's age and experience. Since Duan Lingtian was more powerful than him, he was naturally qualified to be addressed as senior brother. Thanks. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian no longer said anything to Yang He. He turned around and walked into the independent courtyard. He knew very well in his heart, after the battle earlier, Yang He could no longer be as casual as before in front of him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to say anything. He and Yang He had only met by chance. If Yang He had not become unfamiliar with him because of the strength he displayed, he would not have relied on his strength to get along with Yang He in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would bully others just because they were not as strong as him. If he was that kind of person, he wouldn't have called Yang He senior brother from the very beginning, because he already knew that his strength was stronger than Yang He's. No matter what, Yang He was only an outer court disciple who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even if he did not use the strange pupil, he was confident that he could defeat him. When Duan Lingtian walked into the independent courtyard, what entered his eyes was a stone table and 3 stone stools. Behind it was an exquisite little house. He pushed the door open and entered. He could see the simple environment inside. Other than a bed, there were only a few decorations left. Because of the decorations in the room, it didn't look monotonous. After casually closing the door and making sure that the windows in the room were airtight, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and turned it into a speck of dust. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the room with just a thought. Naturally, he did not really disappear. Instead, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Walao! The first thing Duan Lingtian did after entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not to cultivate on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he looked for Hualao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with indescribable excitement as he looked at Hualao. I refined the little devil dragon's blood and refined a total of 5 drops of blood essence. All 5 drops of blood essence are here. As Hualao spoke, he tossed out a small bottle as though it was trash. When Duan Lingtian saw the small bottle flying over, he hurriedly caught it in a panic. He was worried that it would fall to the ground and break. You only need to use 1 drop. As for the other 4 drops, you can give them to others, Hualao said. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded slowly. If he used 1 drop, he could give 2 of the remaining 4 drops to his 2 fiancées. As for the remaining 2 drops, he could give them to Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold. As for his 2 unborn children, he did not take them into consideration. It was not that he had forgotten about them. Instead, he felt that the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence could be used more effectively. Whether it was his 2 fiancées or the 3 little fellows, they were not far away from the Saint Rudiment stage. The 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was only useful for consolidating the variant beast phenomenon. As for his 2 unborn children, who knew when they would break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he believed that by the time his 2 children broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would definitely have the ability to obtain the other 5-clawed divine dragon's blood essence. I suggest you give the 2 drops of the little devil dragon's blood essence to the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. Hualao said, Little White, Little Black. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who the white-clad little girl and black-clad little boy that Hualao mentioned were. Their true forms are originally WRM pythons. If they can integrate with the little devil dragon's blood essence, it can transform their bloodline. Hualao added. Duan Lingtian naturally believed Hualao's words without a doubt. It seems like little gold is not fated with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, should I avoid little gold when I give the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence to little black and little white? After greeting Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he sat down cross-legged, he took out a drop of the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence from the small bottle. As expected of the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it's so rich. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he looked at the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence in his hand. He could clearly feel that this drop of five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence exuded a majestic blood chi after it left the bottle. If it was an ordinary person, this blood chi would have killed him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the integration method of the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it was not difficult at all. He just had to guide his true chi to divide it and bring it into his body so it could circulate through his saint veins. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons transformation. In Duan Lingtian's body, the 9 dragons carried his true chi and the devil dragon's blood essence and circulated it in great cycles. It was no different from when he was cultivating normally. After circulating about 30 great cycles, Duan Lingtian could feel that the blood essence had already spread throughout his body through the 52 saint veins in his body and integrated into his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his entire body due to the integration of the blood essence. Whether it was his flesh and blood, his bones and tendons, even his skin, they seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. They had become more powerful than before. Could it be an illusion? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. As far as he knew, an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator, before the perfection saint rudiment stage, would not have any changes in their body, even if they integrated the saint beast's blood essence. They could only condense the corresponding strange beast phenomenon when they were at the perfection saint rudiment stage. Other than that, the saint beast's blood essence had no other use. However, now, he had integrated the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence and discovered that his body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes again. The reason why he said again was because he had experienced this change when the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda used the remaining energy to transform his body. Of course, the change this time was not as exaggerated as the previous time. I don't know if it's an illusion or if my body has really become stronger again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to experiment. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian did not use any true chi. He only moved with the strength of his body. He punched and kicked, dancing rapidly in the air. Unsurprisingly, wherever his punches and kicks passed, there would be a series of explosions. I've really become stronger. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped moving and lowered his head to look at his spread hands. His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. After experimenting, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the changes in his entire body. Although the changes this time were not as exaggerated as the previous time, the improvement was still great. With my transformed body, even if I don't use the strange pupil's ability, I'm confident that I can defeat that Xingji if I fight him again. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. If he did not use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil previously, he would only be able to fight Xingji to a draw at most. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Now, even if I don't use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil, I'll be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be a match for me. After his body had integrated with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, the transformation that had happened again filled Duan Lingtian with confidence. It was an indomitable and indestructible confidence. Moreover, these are not the only benefits the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence has brought me. When I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be able to consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon with this drop of five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence that has integrated into my body today. It'll be a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. At this moment, he could already see the scene of him fighting alongside the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon after he had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. His strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. If he had the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm confident. When I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be invincible among those below the saint stage. After half a day, Duan Lingtian finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The most important thing now is to break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. Once I break through again, let alone being invincible among those below the saint rudiment stage, even those at the early saint rudiment stage might not be a match for me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate diligently with the saint stone in his hand. Apart from the transformation of the Qi Si and the change of the true energy at the early and intermediate saint rudiment stage, there were no other special techniques. Special techniques could only be mastered and used when one broke through to the mastery saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1433. The true energy consolidated weapon was a divine weapon that could be formed from one's true energy to assist one's opponent without affecting one's attack. The divine weapon would fight side by side with one's opponent. It was a powerful technique for those above the mastery saint rudiment stage. Due to this technique, the gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was huge. If a mastery saint rudiment stage powerhouse did not use the true energy consolidated weapon, an intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouse would be able to hold on for a while even if they could not defeat a mastery saint rudiment stage powerhouse. However, once they used the true energy consolidated weapon, they could defeat an intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouse in just a blink of an eye. It was similar to the scene when Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Lu Huan, fought with Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Initially, Feng Hui was able to hold his ground against Zhou Qi. However, when Zhou Qi consolidated the divine weapon, the gigantic hammer, with his true energy and smashed down, Feng Hui was suppressed and defeated. The gap between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage was obvious. Although the gap between the two cultivation bases was only one level, the gap was as wide as a chasm when the former attacked with all his might. It was an insurmountable chasm. Duan Lingtian was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and had forgotten about everything. Therefore, he did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because he had defeated Tseng Ji. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect had defeated Tseng Ji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court, before he even found his own place on the first day. In the history of our Moon Illumination sect, I don't think there's anyone who has just entered the sect who has defeated the top 100 in the outer court, right? Our Moon Illumination sect has always only recruited young geniuses below the age of 40. Perhaps these young geniuses have a good innate talent, but it's impossible for them to defeat those who are ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they just entered the sect. Which one of the top 100 in the outer court isn't close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? These people can completely crush an ordinary martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Looks like that outer court disciple Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the sect, has created a new history in the sect. A history of defeating 100 outer court disciples as soon as he entered the sect. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe that such a freak exists. Even in the Dao martial saint land, such a freak can be considered as a rare genius in the martial Dao, right? In the outer sect, A group of senior outer sect disciples were discussing animatedly. They were all talking about how Duan Lingtian had crushed Sengji. Their faces were full of shock. Even though many outer sect disciples had seen Sengji's fist move in a strange manner and avoid Duan Lingtian's attack during his first attack, they were still shocked. But almost all of them thought that they were seeing things. As for the second time when Sengji used the Saint Artifact Spear, they didn't see it because they were too far away. Otherwise, the current topic would have revolved around this. Yang He, you were the one who brought that Duan Lingtian in. Do you know where he came from? Soon after, many people came to Yang He. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's background. They were curious as to what kind of treasured land could give birth to such a monstrous figure. I don't know. Yang He shook his head. Earlier, he had gone up to the back of the stone platform to receive Duan Lingtian. So he did not hear the group of people whispering in front of the stone platform. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was from Mound Hill City. I really didn't expect the outer court disciples recruited by the sect this time to be of such high quality. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the 13th person at the paramount mortal shedding stage. An outer court disciple exclaimed, 10 years ago, when I passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect, there were only 9 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple could not help but sigh. That's still much better than the time I entered the sect. That time, there were only 5 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple said. At that moment, the few outer court disciples who surrounded Yang He began to sigh. Each of them kept shaking their heads, as though they wanted to shake their heads off. He's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yang He said with a frown. Yang He's words were like a drop of rain during a drought. It attracted the attention of the surrounding outer court disciples, causing them to shut their mouths immediately. Yang He, who are you saying is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You. Don't tell me you're talking about Duan Lingtian? What a joke. Duan Lingtian was someone who had defeated Sengji. Even the 12 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage, who entered the sect before him, had to hand over the saint stones obediently when Sengji extorted them. Now you're saying Duan Lingtian is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? Yang He, don't think we're gullible. The crowd of outer sect disciples surrounding Yang He once again burst into an uproar. He's really not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yang He smiled wryly. He was not surprised that the people in front of him did not believe him. If he were in their shoes, he would not believe that the person who defeated Sengji was not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The few outer court disciples frowned when they saw the wry smile on Yang He's face. Yang He did not look like he was lying. Don't tell me he's at the Saint Rudiment stage? One of the outer court disciples gasped and asked. Saint Rudiment stage? The other outer court disciples were shocked as well. They gulped at the same time and looked at Yang He eagerly. Yang He, don't tell me he's really at the Saint Rudiment stage? If he's at the Saint Rudiment stage, then everything can be explained. A Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, even if he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, let alone Sengji, even the strongest person in our Moon Illumination sect's outer court might not be a match for him. That's right. Soon, the few outer court disciples came to a consensus. He's not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Yang He shook his head. He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like us. Mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? You mean, he's just a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? An outer court disciple asked with a frown. Hey, Yang He said the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian, who overpowered Sengji, as soon as he entered the sect, is only at the perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Do you believe me? Another outer court disciple shouted at the outer court disciples in the distance, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Duan Lingtian is at the perfection mortal shedding stage? The group of outer court disciples in the distance snorted. You must be kidding. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator overpowered senior brother Sengji, whose strength is ranked 85th in the outer court? Haha, Yang He, are you dreaming? Perhaps. Even Yang He didn't expect the new disciple he brought into the sect would be someone more powerful than senior brother Tsingji. Yang He, are you feeling inferior after witnessing the strength of the other party? Is that why you came up with such an excuse to overpower him in terms of cultivation base? More and more outer court disciples gathered around and mocked Yang He. Yang He's face turned red from the mockery. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and exploded. I didn't say he's at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Let me tell you, he's a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Mastery mortal shedding stage. One must admit that Yang He's words carried a lot of weight. At the very least, the more than 10 outer court disciples who surrounded him fell silent, as though someone was choking their necks when his words left his mouth. Yang He could not help but feel smug when he saw that the crowd was dumbstruck. Are they shocked? He's crazy. This Yang He is crazy. If he's not crazy, he must be sleepwalking. What he's saying must be nonsense. A mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator defeated a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse? Moreover, it's a one-sided victory. This must be the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Yang He, you should take your medicine. The more than 10 outer court disciples were stunned by Yang He's words before they mocked him even more. They did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. You're the crazy ones. You're the one who's sleep-talking. You should take your medicine. Yang He glared at them and shouted, "It's fine if you don't believe me. I don't care if you believe me. Anyway, you'll know if I'm telling the truth when the other people who passed the entrance assessment come in." After shouting, Yang He walked out of the crowd and returned to his stone house. His heart was filled with grievances. Only more than 10 outer court disciples were left looking at each other. Yang He seems to have been cornered by us. Humph. He's quite good at pretending. At first I still believed him. After all, it's not impossible for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse to defeat a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. It's just not that exaggerated. Yes, I believed him at first. However, he said Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage instead of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Does he really think we're idiots? Defeating a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with a mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base? Moreover, he defeated someone who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? What a fool's dream. The group of outer court disciples cursed. They did not believe what Yang He said at all. Someone's coming in. It's Peng Jia. I remember that Peng Jia followed the outer court deacon to the assessment site today. That unfamiliar face beside him is also someone who just passed the entrance assessment? Suddenly, an outer court disciple with sharp eyes looked into the distance and shouted, "That unfamiliar face. Have you seen him before?" "I've never seen him before." "I've never seen him before either. It seems like he's really a new disciple who just passed the entrance assessment to enter the sect. Let's go. Let's ask them." "That's right. Ask them clearly, so that we can slap Yang He in the face the next time we see him. He tried to fool us, but he got anxious when he failed. He's quite good at pretending." More than 10 outer court disciples shouted as they walked toward the two people who were walking in the distance. Chapter 1434. The unfamiliar young man was looking around in surprise. It was obvious that it was his first time in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. "Hey, Peng Jia, is this person next to you an outer court disciple who just passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect?" A group of outer court disciples swarmed out, and many of them asked in unison, "You guys are?" The outer court disciple called Peng Jia was stunned when he saw more than 10 of his fellow disciples surrounding him. He did not even realize what they were asking. He was stunned by the scene before him. The young man next to Peng Jia also came to a halt. "Hello, senior brothers. I'm Luo Kong. I've just passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect. Please guide me in the future." The young man heard the crowd's question and forced a smile after taking a deep breath. He was polite. "Haha, you're right." Many of them laughed at once. "Luo Kong, let me ask you. Do you know Duan Lingtian, who passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect before you? An outer court disciple took the lead and asked. The other outer court disciples next to him looked at Luo Kong eagerly, as though they were waiting for his answer. I know senior brother Duan, but he might not know me. Luo Kong smiled wryly. Luo Kong could not help but feel respect for the purple-clad young man when he thought about him. He was the first young genius who defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage mastery mortal shedding stage before him. Moreover, the process of him defeating the perfection mortal shedding stage was extremely fast and exaggerated. Although he also defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage young genius with his mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base, it was because his opponent had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage last month. Even so, he had to spend a lot of effort to defeat his opponent. The entire process went on for almost an hour. If that's the case, you know Duan Lingtian. Then, do you know what cultivation base he has? The group of Moon Illumination Sect's outer court disciples' eyes lit up when they heard Luo Kong knew Duan Lingtian. One or two of them asked impatiently. Yes. Although Luo Kong did not know why these outer court disciples were interested in this, he nodded anyway. It was not a secret. Almost everyone who was still at the assessment site knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. What cultivation level? The group of outer sect disciples stared at Luo Kong expectantly, making him feel a little scared. At this moment, Luo Kong even had a feeling that if he didn't tell them, he would be committing a crime. Late-stage mortal shedding realm. Under the expectant gazes of more than a dozen people, Luo Kong said truthfully. As soon as Luo Kong finished speaking, the dozen or so outer sect disciples were instantly petrified. Each and every one of them was like a statue, standing there motionless. Seeing this, Luo Kong was dumbfounded. Did his words have that much power? What are you doing? Peng Jia frowned and asked in confusion. He was already cursing in his heart. These guys making such a fuss in front of a new outer disciple. Don't they feel ashamed? Of course, he only dared to curse in his heart, and did not dare to curse out loud. Among the dozen or so outer sect disciples in front of him, nearly half of them were stronger than him. They were existences that he could not afford to offend. You are sure he's at the late-stage mortal shedding stage? The outer sect disciple, who was the first to recover from his shock, stared straight into Luo Kang's eyes with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, as he asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Luo Kong nodded. He faintly felt that the reason why the group of outer sect disciples were behaving like this was most likely related to senior brother Duan. Senior brother Duan is the first person before me who defeated a young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage, with his mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base, and entered the sect. I know about this too. That Duan Lingtian is indeed impressive. Before that young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage could react, he had already appeared behind him in a flash and defeated him. Peng Jia could not help but exclaim. At that time, although he was very far away, he clearly saw that scene. He's really on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Young, he didn't lie. Oh my god. What kind of monster is that Duan Lingtian? After Luo Kong and Peng Jia's confirmation, the group of outer sect disciples no longer had any doubts. They finally confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage. At that moment, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. What exactly happened? Peng Jia felt that something was amiss and could not help but ask. Luo Kong was also puzzled. He had no idea what had happened. Soon after, Peng Jia and Luo Kong finally found out what had happened after an outer sect disciple reminded them. Duan Lingtian had defeated an outer sect disciple as soon as he entered the outer sect. That outer sect disciple was called Sengji. At that moment, Luo Kong did not think much of it. After all, it only took Duan Lingtian a blink of an eye to defeat a young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Even if Duan Lingtian could defeat an outer sect disciple at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage in the Moon Illumination sect, he would not find it strange. However, Luo Kong reacted that way because he did not know who Sengji was. What? He defeated Sengji? Luo Kong did not know who Sengji was, but Peng Jia did. Because of that, he was stunned for a long time after he found out about what had happened. When he finally regained his senses, he screamed out loud. Not only did he defeat Sing Ji, but it was a one-sided crushing. From the beginning until the end, Sing Ji had no strength to fight back at all. An outer sect disciple added. What? Peng Jia was dumbfounded. He was dumbstruck again. Luo Kong was shocked as well. After the entrance assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect today, he had a certain understanding of the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect disciples' strength. Apart from them who had joined today, the rest of the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect disciples had joined 5 years ago. Those people were either the best among the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage 5 years ago. Some of them were even on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Naturally, most of them were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Therefore, the senior outer sect disciples in the Moon Illumination sect should be at least on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Most of them should be at the peak of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. If Tseng Ji is at the peak of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, isn't senior brother Duan's strength too ridiculous? A one-sided crushing? Luo Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. No, maybe Tseng Ji is ranked at the bottom among the senior outer sect disciples. He's just an ordinary Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Luo Kong comforted himself again. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian crushed Tseng Ji one-sidedly to the point that Tseng Ji couldn't fight back at all? Peng Jia asked with uncertainty as he looked at the outer court disciple, who added to Duan Lingtian's story. I'm sure. The outer court disciple nodded. We saw it with our own eyes. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has already occupied Tseng Ji's independent courtyard. He's the first outer court disciple in the history of our Moon Illumination sect to stay in an independent courtyard as soon as he entered the outer court district. Independent courtyard? Peng Jia's eyes narrowed as he trembled in shock. Luo Kong could not help but gasp as well. When he arrived at the outer court district earlier, he had learned about the living environment in the outer court district from Peng Jia. He knew there were only 100 of the best independent courtyards. Those who could stay in the independent courtyards were powerful people, who ranked in the top 100 in the outer court. In fact, there were close to 1,000 outer court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect. According to Peng Jia, the weakest among the 100 outer court disciples, who could stay in the independent courtyards, was close to the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. They were the backbone of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. As senior brother Duan defeated someone who stayed in the independent courtyard? And it was one-sidedly crushing? After Peng Jia, Luo Kang's eyes narrowed as well. His body trembled as his legs turned to jelly. He almost fell to the ground. As more than 10 outer court disciples left in shock. Apart from those outer court disciples, who were cultivating in closed-door cultivation, everyone in the outer court district knew about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. The entire outer court district was in an uproar. Hey, did you hear? The Duan Lingtian, who single-sidedly crushed and defeated Tseng Ji, is only a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Monster. That Duan Lingtian is a monster. It's already shocking to be able to defeat someone who's at a higher level. However, he defeated someone who's 2 levels higher. How terrifying. The outer court district, that was originally like a pool of stagnant water, became lively. Apart from those outer court disciples who were in closed-door cultivation, the rest of the outer court disciples knew that an absolute monster had entered the sect. He was someone who could defeat someone who was 2 levels higher than him. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion that was going on outside. The Moon Illumination sect had strict rules. It was different from the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In the Moon Illumination sect, unless there was a great enmity between them, they were not allowed to disturb each other when they were in closed-door cultivation. Of course, in order to prevent some people from being afraid to face setbacks and difficulties, the Moon Illumination sect also had rules to restrict such people. The former was not allowed to disturb the latter when he was in closed-door cultivation. However, one could post a battle invitation at the door of the room where he was cultivating and challenge the other party to a battle. The battle invitation had to be submitted to the outer court elder's office. It would only be effective if it had the outer court elder's fingerprint on it. Naturally, if one could not find an outer court elder, one could also find 2 outer court deacons. As long as they jointly put their fingerprint on the battle invitation, it would be effective as well. There were 2 ways to post a battle invitation. First, it was an ordinary sparring. One was not allowed to kill or injure anyone. Second, it was a death duel. If it was a death duel, one would need to find 2 outer court elders and ask them to put their fingerprint on the death duel's battle invitation. Generally speaking, unless there was an irreconcilable enmity between them, nobody would simply post a death duel invitation. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.